Thou comest again, legend. Thou comest again, legend of humans. It is always an honor to speak with thee. Farewell, proud human. May every honor be bestowed upon thee.
That's right, guys. In order to be heard, you actually have to plug your microphone into the computer. So here I was thinking that I unmuted it because I was pressing my hotkey to unmute it, and yeah, that's kind of funny. It's really funny, actually. Just kind of goes par for the course. So welcome in, everybody. Christian Doherty, Spectrum, Alexander, Katie. Thank you all for the repeated messages. I thought I should have been good, but obviously was not. At least it's only like 5 minutes in. What I started off with the stream saying was this is probably going to be the last one because we're pretty much coming up to completing the game at this point. So I did a bit of farming offline, which is why I had the HUD up to begin with. We farmed 579,000 souls off stream, and then I was doing a little bit of math to see how many upgrade materials we need for each weapon. It's 9 for small titanite and large ones, so we need 14 of... Sorry, we have like 14 unique weapon types multiplied by the 9 for each upgrade material, multiplied by the amount that it costs. So 579 is like the base amount that you need to see what every weapon can turn into. So that's kind of what we farmed for. So we started off with a little bit more than that. It looks like 100 or 99 is the max that we can carry at a time. So right now we're just kind of going down through the list and upgrading items for boss materials. But I did also forget that actually upgrading the weapons and stuff actually costs souls. So I might need to burn a little of our consumable souls later on. We got the piercing sword, shield, curved sword. I don't remember if this is unique. I don't think it is. So I'm going to use this one. And so thank you all for coming in and letting me know that I'm being a boomer, effervescent. Is there still not a soul stooping glitch in the remaster? I don't know. I just kind of farmed offline. It wasn't that big. Mortis missed the entire playthrough. It's all good. I appreciate you coming in when you can. I know that life can get in the way sometimes, so I just appreciate it when people can take the time and have fun. I think the EI toe is unique, so I might want to go like see Shiva and purchase some other things. At the very least, we could always get another one in New Game Plus. I'll just go with it. Because we did a katana. Strengthen up as well. Fist. I don't even know if I picked up a fist weapon. I might need to go buy a cestus. Yeah, I don't think I have one. Who even sells those? Probably the undead merchant. So I'll need to put an asterisk there. An axe. Pass him. Halberd. So I must pass the axe. I wonder if a great axe is different than a normal axe. Probably. Okay, so we do have 2 gargoyle tail axes, so let's go with one of them. Spear. We've got tons of those. Just from our farming of the phalanxes. Hammer. They have a few of those. Let's just go with the mace. Pretty standard weapon. You saying you missed the other ones and the ones before? It's all good. You can downgrade the lightning spear to get a +10. Oh, it's all good. Thank you though. I forgot, yeah, that you can actually just straight up downgrade like that. Good thing to know. Broken sword and then the straight sword. Don't remember if there's a difference between the broken straight sword and the straight sword hilt. One of these is useful for Sif's soul specifically. And then just a straight sword with a long sword. The bow, and then catalyst. Catalysts are going to be above these, okay. Is it above the bows? How do you upgrade catalyst? Do we need to go to like Rickard or something? Or maybe it's because I'm just doing this on my own and not like at Andre or something. That might make sense. Let me put something next to the catalysts. Halberd and then greatsword. Actually, let's go to Andre now. I didn't mean to exit out. And then undo the crystal halberd, or whatever it was. And then move on there. You love this area with the ambient screams? Paints the picture that the town's getting wrecked, and we only see a tiny part of it. Katie says, you feel like chat will be in flames when you reach the chasm of the abyss, and you'll be actively throwing gasoline into that fire. You've been going down the hole of DC speedsters? There's a glitch where you can use one soul item and it'll give you 999 times the amount. Damn. Straight sword hilt to get the truce one from Sif Soul. You can't upgrade catalysts? Okay, that'll be nice to know then. Don't upgrade them in Dark Souls 1? Okay, thank you. How do we undo it? Oh, probably that one right there. I guess the crystal ones don't count. I guess that makes sense. It's just a little bit unfortunate. You go with the Gargoyle's Halberd. I think that one's unique. I don't remember what all isn't unique. Partisan is just a spirit. Okay. Well, I never really used the Lucerne. Let's go... Actually, maybe go with the Scythe, because I think this will be good for the Life Hunt Scythe. So it'll at least just be thematic. And we'll probably need to buy more after this. Yeah. Alright, so we need 9 more for the Greatsword. Well, we've got 2-man Serpent Greatswords, that makes things easier. You think you can upgrade a certain catalyst to boss one? You never did play sorcery, so somebody more knowledgeable on it. Okay. And I will also need to go fight Gwendolyn again, just to show off what his boss soul can purchase. So let's go ahead and modify some of our equipment. Oh yeah, we need to buy a fist item if he has one. Wait. I guess we could have just bought the war pick. Or whatever. Either way, it's all good. Well, at least with the catalyst thing, I won't have to redo my math. Because we'll definitely be over than what I had farmed for. Alright, so let's go modify the equipment again. Not like that. It would have been funny if the gargoyle thing was a demon weapon and I hadn't paid attention, though. That just occurred to me. Alright, now we get to reinforce a bunch more of that crap. It's a little bit unfortunate that you can't sort it automatically to like be by highest level that you've upgraded. At least with all of my small shards gone, it'll be easier to see what I need to upgrade. Manus Catalyst upgrades from the base one, and the Dark Moon Catalyst. Yeah, so we'll end up doing both. We'll upgrade Manus' soul, and we'll also trade it to Snuggly. Because trading it to Snuggly is actually really important for talking about the Dark and stuff. Dylan Brown, thank you, and welcome in. Why are you upgrading them? So this way we can show the boss soul weapons. I think you need to get them to that point before Andre will be able to show it in the inventory as being able to upgrade to them. Yeah, as Alexander says, just to show off the boss weapons. I don't intend to purchase every boss weapon because we don't have enough souls for it, and it's just kind of a little bit of a time sink. But at the very least, I'll be able to show off all of their descriptions and talk about things. And to think I've already killed like about an hour just farming off stream. Probably have to go back and get some more of the large Titanite shards pretty soon, though. So we have the Cestus on the longbow. On the shield. Alright. One, two, oh, 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Don't get yourself neither.
So I think I'll need like 25 shards total. That's just really rough math. Go is probably the fastest one to purchase from. You did some research on Sabater yesterday, and since he's the god of molten and stillness, you found that extremely interesting? Oh, god of motion. Can't read. So why do you think that's... Are you trying to connect it to Dark Souls, or you just mean in general? Alexander doesn't get how people can't tell the difference between Prepare to Die and Remastered. The armor's so shiny and Remastered looks phenomenal. Well, I think it probably doesn't help that there's Remastered on the Switch edition as well. So I don't know if that like makes things even more confusing.
That comes again.
Did I say we needed like 25? It's too many. Damn it. Well, let's just go 26 to be safe.
Farewell.
I should be able to just upgrade the weapons to +10, and then after that I might just go down to the Chasm of the Abyss and whatnot and proceed normally from there. And then once we get rid of Manus and perhaps Gwendolyn, we'll go check out all of the boss souls and what they can give us. Their eyes are yet to open, they're thinking on the basest of planes. Alright, so we should be good then, if we don't have to worry about the catalyst. So let me get rid of the fist asterisk. Okay, so we should definitely be good now. Maybe I'll level up with our remaining souls, maybe I'll just leave them, I don't know. I might die. I mean, we're at a fine level. Could always just buy more upgrade materials or something. Yeah, screw it, let's just level up. A little bit unfortunate that nothing really levels up poise. We'll just go with that for now. How many do we have left? Okay, not a ton. Alright, so now we get to go into the next section of Oolacile. Do I want to equip the lantern or anything? We've still got the pendant on. Okay. So yesterday we finished off with this first section right before going into like the church way down at the bottom. You just like people that go fast. You don't know if Dark Souls has any Hindu influences, but if it does, you could try to find something connected to Savitar. Effervescent says, well, you think the character models look better in the remastered? There's a disparity between that and the general texture quality in the background that doesn't feel right. Same with the Resident Evil remake remaster. Alexander says, also the Blighttown shortcut is super easy back and forth. You don't get the hate. Not kidding. You fell off a single time last playthrough once. I think it's just because if they introduce teleportation, they should make it be convenient. So there's just like a little bit of a difference in the quality of how, where, when, and why you can teleport places, and it just feels out of place not being able to teleport back into like Blighttown proper compared to some of the other ones. Like the Vamos one is really random in comparison. Oh, it has a little bit of tracking. Cool. It's not surprising, but it's cool. I think this is a special item. Nope. I think I just didn't see it until I was like coming back through this area once. Those guys. We should be able to maybe get a better look at these statue things here in a second. As we look around, we still see like the bluish blood perhaps, or abyss covered liquid throughout the town. So it seems like none of these ones have heads. They're all like holding the Oolacile catalysts, which look like just trees apparently. Okay. Have you tried the mid-roll glitch in the remastered version? It's hilarious. No, I don't even know what it is. You think it's the bad memories of the 360 PS3 Blighttown frame rate? That's also a good point. Like, the remastered version really has very few frame drops for how the game runs compared to Prepare to Die edition or even the base game. So I don't remember if this dude is unique in that he doesn't respawn if you kill him. I might need a little bit of footage of him. Maybe. I don't know. So he's got like a... I don't want to say like a wrecking ball. Almost like a ball and chain as though he's a prisoner attached to him. Or like... It really looks like it was more of the piece of the ground that was attached to him. And then he just kind of ripped it up with his strength. And he might have been attached to a pole or like maybe cemented to it, something like that, and he's still chained to it. And so this dude's really unique as far as the enemies go. Being able to attack us with the ground that he was formerly attached to, most likely, as well as the pole, which he is currently chained to. What's that thing on its back? Like the stakes. It's kind of hard to tell. Let's go ahead and heal up a bit, maybe. That's cool. And then I'm gonna try to get like a closer look at him. Maybe it might be worth like getting summoned into somebody else's world. I'm trying to look at it, but it'd be kind of annoying though, to be honest. This thing's just too slow. Oh, he can break the statues. That's cool. Okay, that's probably as good a look as I'm going to be able to get, like, up close like that. So I can't exactly review it now, but at least I have the footage of it. Dagger him. And we get the chain helm, which is kind of what the Crestfallen Warrior wears. So, why it's holding onto a chain helm is anybody's guess. Some people have wondered whether or not there's a connection between the Crestfallen Warrior, New Londo, and the Abyss, since that's where we find him, and whether or not the Crestfallen Warrior could have come back in time into Oolacile, and then just kind of went hollow between the time of him going to Oolacile and coming back, and us finding him in New Londo. I don't really like that interpretation, but I guess I can't completely discount it. There is, like, time manipulation budgery at work there. So let's actually go back and regain some of our Estus flasks, and also I want to see if that thing respawns. You can continuously mid-air down large drops, and if you time it right, you take no damage. So if you basically can skip all of Oolacile by doing it down the first elevator, that's crazy. Mid-roll glitch is hilarious. You can drop all the way down to Blighttown with it. You think you need something like 25 to 30% equip load, and you can keep rolling in mid-air and not take fall damage. That's crazy. You have to be in a specific weight range, though? Okay. You think his name is literally like Pike Prisoner, but you need to look it up? Okay. He seems to be stabbed with various implements, like the Last Giant in Dark Souls 2. Oops. I guess I could have just walked off if I really wanted to respawn. Didn't realize my health was so low. He seems to be stabbed. Oh yeah, I read that one. Looks like a Dark Souls 2 enemy, lol. You didn't know you could do it in Blighttown, the mid-roll glitch. Alexander says, this might be the first Abyss experiment. It makes sense. A prisoner, only one enemy like this, etc. Yeah. That's also a possibility. Just had to get my revenge. Ooh, I almost just walked off. Oh, okay. You don't think everybody you summon is the same instance of that character? Yeah, that's another thing that's worth considering. At least with Dark Souls, it feels a little bit more consistent with the summons, because they have like a little bit more backstory, with the exception of characters like Beatrice or I don't know who else you summon in without talking to whatsoever. That's gonna hurt. Hey, we actually dodged with our binoculars out for once. Yeah, I figured that. I was going too slowly. Took too much free damage. Mortis needs to continue the guide for DS2. Alexander says they're basically just being drawn in from their world, of which there seems to be many worlds. 10 out of 10 remaster. Spectrum says, you think he's wearing the chainmail armor? He has a chance to drop all the pieces? Okay. Well, we can see if he spawns in again. I guess I should send this back up. I mean, I shouldn't intend on dying, but... Not everything is connected. Wow, oh wow, I can't English right now. Not everything's connected. And also, it's chainmail armor. That's a very common and cheap armor. He could just be a random guy that had chainmail. Agree. Venom says, you figure he drops chainmail armor because he's armored by... Oh. By being wrapped in chains. It's a pun. Alexander says, he is in prison and he's clearly all screwed up. You don't think it's random. It seldom is. And it's clearly the Abyss, and by the looks of him, how they tortured Manus, you think it fits? He's a single spawn enemy? Okay. I thought he was. So it is a good thing that we took our time with him. Oh yeah, I don't want to go too far forward. I want to get the little dudes to spawn in without aggroing the casters. May as well heal up. That one is different. I was going to try to take that time to look at it, but I think it's going to keep hitting me. Oh well. Thought I rolled too soon, but it worked, I guess. Not too lucky with the drops this time around, but it's all good. Oh wait, no, he does spawn back in. Cool. I wonder if you can backstab him. Probably not, just because of all the stuff on his back. Figured as much. Okay, and he does drop more of the chain set. So you can't really make this out super well. I was wondering if that appears on like the tombstone that Kieran leaves for Artorias. I almost called him Arthas. Given that Crestfallen wears the same chainmail armor and the undead merchant sells it, do you think he was a deprived? Maybe. I don't really know how I feel about that. I just kind of came across the theory recently, and I thought it was at least worth mentioning, even if I don't necessarily believe it. And so, coming up right here, we'll start to get into my favorite area. Let me get a little bit of water. Oh, I forgot to bring in Nightbot, I think. Use the longbow for what? I guess Crestfallen probably didn't take the master key to start, so he probably chose the pendant like a pro. You just finished this a week ago. You can lure the one caster. You've looked it up and he's called the Chain Prisoner? Okay. It looks like the undead giant in Bloodborne. A little bit. Undead pygmy. Praise it, welcome in. The statues look like Gwendolyn. Yeah, so I think these statues might also be kind of reminiscent of the ones we see in Dark Souls 3 again. But they have like a different catalyst in their hands, if I remember correctly. I don't remember the statues super well at Dark Souls 3 though. Even though we just played it like a couple weeks ago. Saturn, welcome back into the stream. Venom says, Lawtrek's crowned helmet. Oh, you're talking about the Fashion Souls. This DLC was made while Bloodborne was in development. Probably influenced this a lot, even Chester, but you do not believe Souls and Bloodborne shares a universe. You hate that theory. Yeah, I feel like people just want to make it work, and the devs say that they're not related. But then people will be like, well, the devs have to say that because it's a different company. With Sony and whatnot. Which can get kind of annoying. The statues are wearing Gwendolyn's robes and using the Oolacile wand. What that means in lore is who knows. These statues are also similar to those seen in the Ringed City. So as we come down into like this dungeon area, see a bonfire. We see a bunch more of the goopy blue-black blood, or just the abyss. And we can see that there are these holding cells that have been broken out from the inside. So they might have tried to experiment on war criminals first. I should probably ember this one up. I'm not going to worry about it too much for right now. Oh wait, we want to rest at it though. And let's put it on a catalyst. What is the lightest one? So the Oolacile one. So we do have cast light equipped onto us, but it doesn't really help out too much as we go into this next area. Which is my favorite area in the game. Chasm of the Abyss. I'll probably die at some point and then just slow walk down that again with the ambiance. Twinkling Titanite and the Chunk. As we look in the distance there, I think we can kind of see the eyes. That's the pendant. I don't know if that costs anything or like durability. We can see the glowing eyes of the bloathead Oolacilians, which is pretty cool. Oh, how did that one not get hit? And there are a few prism stones, which I guess I should have pointed out, like the glowing red thing right there is a prism stone. Hey, maybe we get lucky. Nope. Get that ragdoll out of there for a moment. Dark Bead. So, as I was saying before, like, this is one of the spells that I was waiting for to just talk about some things relating to the lore. I think I need a little bit more water, actually. And I'll read what you guys have to say before going into that. These statues are named in DesignWorks, and they are named, and it's in Japanese, so you post that on Discord when you can? Okay, thank you. Brady Sanders, welcome in. Oh, whoa, yourself. Very important to remember Oolacile was, and it's known for its gentle sorceries. This experimentation on Manus was done without Princess Dusk's approval and perhaps the governing body. I feel like that might be stretching things a little bit too much. We don't really know if they would have needed Dusk's approval, but it's a little bit beyond the text, I think. Time for humanity. Umbasa, your Abysswalkers. This is Harvest Humanity City. You love it? Welcome back in, El Gusto. There's Caster right behind them. Yeah, I know. The pendant is freeze because the timing is so hard. Okay, thank you, Emlyn. And also welcome back in. Artorias left the Prism Stones to lead to Sif. Okay. That's the Twinker's Choice spell, the nuclear spell. Okay. So let's check out Dark Bead, and we'll compare it to Dark Orb in a moment here. Abyss sorcery discovered by an Oolacile sorcerer on the brink of madness. Fires successive dark orbs. In contrast to standard soul sorceries, Abyss sorceries are weighty and inflict physical damage. Perhaps a human soul is closer to matter in its humanity. So, as far as the Japanese goes, the very last paragraph is identical between Dark Bead and Dark Orb. But there's a difference in that the translations pretty much say the same thing, but they're different. So it's just kind of interesting to me to see that there is the inconsistency there. So instead of perhaps a human soul is closer to its matter and its humanity, the Orb one says, perhaps human souls, because of their humanity, produce sorceries with more tangible presence. I would say that the Dark Orb translation there is a bit more flowery, and the Dark Bead one is closer to a more literal rendition of the Japanese. So I more or less prefer the Dark Bead one, and I think it has pretty interesting implications for the lore, and that it shows that the nature of darkness and humanity itself is closer to reality. And part of the reason why I'm saying this is when it says perhaps a human soul is closer to matter in its humanity. This form of matter that they're talking about is more akin to something physical, more real. So that kind of aspect of matter as opposed to just like physical matter. I realize that kind of convolutes things, I suppose, with the way that I just phrased that. But at the very least, the main takeaway is dark equals physical equals reality, I guess, which is kind of a mind-blowing a little bit, just because when we come down into the Chasm of the Abyss, we'll find a bunch of humanity sprites just kind of loitering around. And considering that the title of the game is Dark Souls, when we think of souls, they tend to be more incorporeal manifestations of like spirits and things like that. So the fact that they're more related to reality in these games is maybe a little bit counterintuitive, I suppose. Someone says, big question for this area is why are the sprites not attacking each other? The dark twist humanity, etc. They're not abyss beasts. Yeah, so it is a little bit curious that the dark isn't attacking each other. I would probably just have to say it's because the dark is kind of dead in this area and we're alive. And we're not exactly of the dark. We have our own will, and maybe they don't have theirs. So they're just trying to pursue those with the wills, which comes from the souls. Oh, I didn't heal up after that last fight. That was kind of dangerous. So yeah, as you can see, our cast light spell has already dissipated, and it really hasn't changed too much. So let's go ahead and equip the lantern just to kind of reinforce what I mean. Is it above all this crap? Fat lot of good that does us here, and the same thing with like the sunlight maggots. There's really not too much else over here. We'll just leave that for now then. So as we come into the Abyss, we can see those kind of black sprites of humanity or darkness that I've been mentioning. The reason why I call them humanity sprites is I think that's what they're called in the game itself, or not the game, but like the design work stuff. But I mean, they look pretty much identical to our humanities that we have in an inventory right here. Try to make some cinematic stuff work for us right now. Okay. Try to do a slow pan. In case we ever need that kind of footage. Just leave that there for now. I wonder if that sound is coming from them specifically. Seems like it. Might be worth considering. If we look off to the left there, we can make out the outline of Alvina the cat. And that like white mist is supposed to represent there's kind of an invisible floor that we can step on. The Dark Twist humanity, etc. They are not abyssal beasts. It is humanity gathering at the most powerful reunion point. It's your theory. Praise it says humanity are shards of the dark soul. The dark is only bad when it is treated as bad. Just like humanity both is a sprite and actual humanity is our kind. Someone says, you mean they're supposed to be attracted to each other, so why are they not absorbing each other? Might be a better way to put it. It's probably because they can't absorb anything from each other. Or they might not be disturbed because it's just kind of a dark, quiet, gentle place, as long as the weak don't come in to rummage around and cause them to react to them. Because I think in Dark Souls 2 is Agdane that points out, like, don't bring any light in here because it only, it disrupts or agitates? And I feel like a similar principle can be applied to just people in general, and that Falcon points out that it's the weak of spirit, or those with the weak wills, or those who are weak maybe, that cause the dark to get disrupted. So I feel like having people root around within the dark can cause it to react to their presence and cause it to become hostile, which will show up for when we go to fight Manus and all that stuff. Alexander says, the Abyss is when we corrupt the dark, and it was corrupted by the transgressions unto Manus. How do you know they aren't absorbing each other? That's also a good question. And also welcome back to the stream, Black Bloom. Perhaps they're seeking actual life, kind of like ghosts. That's kind of how I feel about it. Is it known whether the Northern Limit isn't the Demon Souls remake? I have no idea. Remakes rarely add content. Feels bad, man. Because you can see them standing next to each other and not doing anything. Mutually assured destruction. Dayron Ajad, welcome back in. You said, you wonder if that if sounds like these humanity sprites make it somehow lore significant. Yeah, I don't know. It kind of reminds me of the little arias that the Beast Patients sing within the one church within Bloodborne in Old Yarnum. You think the sprites are in peace? Maybe. Kind of sounds like distant bells, and what with FromSoft tendency to put importance in the sound of bells, yeah. Does Manus get hungry down there? Maybe. It's a good question. So as we come closer, the humanity sprites will start kind of come towards us. So there's like a little ramp that we can go and encounter them. I'll leave those ones alone for now. Take the plunge. So Alvina is kind of leading us towards secret spot. I don't remember if we need to like hit this door. Yeah, okay. And as we come in, we can see some more of these humanity sprites. And they don't really need to perform any true attacks as much as just like walk into us to damage us, which is really cool. Really sets up that these are spirits as opposed to physical beings. With that being said, when we look at the spells like Dark Bead, it shows that even these spirits have like matter within their essences, I guess. Foxy Boxer, welcome in. Have you missed Manus? No, you've not. We just spent the majority of the time upgrading weapons to show off the boss souls later. And also welcome back in. Katie said you posted the picture on Discord, but it's really bad quality, so you don't know if it's legible. Okay. I'll probably check that out after stream. Weird that they climb, you'd assume they'd float like the new Londo ghost. That's kind of a funny portion, or not funny portion, funny to bring up. But I guess that goes into just the overall lore in that with the darkness being heavy and being able to cause physical attacks, they can't just like float around all willy-nilly. I guess I hadn't thought about it that way. Oh yeah, and since we just did pick up some of the twin humanities from one of the spirits there, that just kind of reinforces like the nature of these kind of humanity sprites. It is funny because you can like see that they take like more physical style damage as well. And our weapons don't just completely phase through them, which is also different than the ghosts. So maybe that's supposed to explain why they can't float. Oh, we almost died from that little stunt. So over here in the distance we have the Great Grey Wolf Sif, although it's a much smaller version than the boss that we fought earlier. And it's kind of being protected by this aura type thing. Which was cast onto Sif by Artorias himself, because he got rid of his Great Shield to protect Sif. And I think I forgot to point it out like during his fight, but throughout it he does not use his left arm. It looks lame that he cannot use it because it's been wounded. You can even see like blood seeping out of it. So it's most likely that Artorias sacrificed his left arm with his shield to protect Sif. And I think that's kind of interesting from a lore perspective, because when we look at the Abyss Watchers, they also don't use shields in their left hands with the exception of like Hawkwood. And it seems like they might not have really understood the how or why Artorias didn't use the shield in his left hand. Damn it, the sound effect distracted me. And we screwed that up. Then we get the Cleansing Great Shield, which belonged to him. So I should have saved before coming down here. I screwed that footage up a little bit, but it's not like the most crucial thing unless I do like the Sif stuff. But I'd probably do that all on another playthrough anyway, because I wanted to get the Dark Wraith Covenant shown off before. Let me check out that shield, and we'll also look at chat. Enemy placement is widely accepted that some enemy locations have heavy lore, like items. Venom says, you like how they just touch you because it lets you know that they mean you no harm? They're not attacking you, they just want to touch you, have your company. You know, that's a really good point too. And when we encounter Irina for the very first time, she's blinded, not just physically, but it seems like spiritually, and she asks for somebody to touch her. So even just like hearing our voice wouldn't be enough to rouse her. We really need to touch her to kind of ground her back into reality. It says, you believe it would have been too noticeable that From didn't do it if they made the 5th stone for the Demon Souls remake. It's Artorias' aura from his shield. Hades 1611, welcome in. Do you think that the humanity sprites are attracted to the chosen undead's body as they are searching for a body to possess themselves? I think so. It is also within the nature of life in the dark to be attracted to life. And part of the rationale for that comes from certain spells like Homing Crystal, or no, Homing Soul Mass. Life originates in the soul, no wonder the soul mass draws towards it. This sorcery is a window into Seeker Logan's methods. And I think the Dark Souls 3 one mentions more specifically that later research would reveal that this mirrors the nature of the dark. So if dark is searching for life and we are kind of living beings, undead living beings, whatever you want to call ourselves, it would kind of make sense that the humanity sprites are naturally attracted to the life within us as well. Talking about Manus, let's say he wasn't the furtive pygmy. What do you think he was? A pygmy lord? A slave knight? He seems to have been a sorcerer in life. It's a good question. I feel like calling him a sorcerer would make a lot of sense. But thematically, if he wasn't the furtive pygmy, that is an interesting question, because I do read him as the furtive pygmy since he's divided the dark soul and all that kind of thing. Why Koth would have wanted the Oolacilians to just tinker with another conjurer of the dark, I guess, is kind of interesting, because we really don't get much information about Manus except he's kind of ancient even by Oolacilian standards. Stephen Guerra says, did you see the theory that Artorias is actually left-handed, so he's been fighting with his weak hand since his left arm is damaged? I mean, I've seen it. Partially relates to, I think this is the Majestic Greatsword. And as far as the Japanese goes, the term that they use with left-handed could also be another way of saying that somebody was a drunk, which is kind of funny to consider. I don't exactly place too much importance on it, because to me the language is pretty clear, and then it uses, it is said that they were all left-handed. I think maybe the English doesn't use like the it is said thing, but it just kind of still comes down to hearsay even within the games. But going back to his shield, I feel like Artorias was probably still right-handed, and he just used the shield in the left hand since that's his like broken arm. The steel great shield used by Knight Artorias who succumbed to the Abyss. Artorias, deeply scarred by the Abyss, used this to form a barrier to protect his compatriot Sif. Although this drained the shield, its magic defense remains high. Guess I can equip it and try to show it off a little bit. So I might want to get into like a brighter place. So this probably has like the crest of Artorias on it as well. I don't remember that's what it looks like in Dark Souls 3. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's the same. Crest shield back on. Let's just remove that now. Right, so we saved Sif. It was a little bit scuffed, but we did it. And that was what Alvina was showing us. And then over here to the right, there's not a shortcut elevator. This one just kind of screws you and just lifts you all the way back up to the top. It's probably the plants. Yeah, okay, that sound's coming from the plants. For a little while, I thought it was coming from the humanity sprites, and I was like, you know what, that kind of reminds me of the sound of like the crystal caverns. Which would additionally tie humans, humanity in the dark to crystals somewhat. Like, not like directly there, but somewhat at least. So if we look ahead and see all of our little prism stones, those will lead towards Manus's location in the near future. So as for why Alvina is here, we don't really know. It's possible that this is a young Alvina, and the one that we find in the present didn't exactly know we came from the future. Could have just been guiding any random hero that it could meet to try to save Sif and help Artorias. And that might also be why Alvina is like the Forest Guardian Covenant leader? I can't remember what they're called exactly. I guess we can't go straight forward that way. Okay, so we need to drop down. Artorias screwed his left arm up because that was a shield arm, which he left with Sif. Yeah. Venom says, an ancient greatsword of unknown origin. This sword is passed down through generations until it reached Gordon, wandering Knight of Ferosa, and was lost upon his death. Uncannily, every last one of the prominent swordsmen who inherited this weapon was left-handed. Okay, so the English makes it sound like it was a fact, whereas like the Japanese, it's goes into the whole "it is said" kind of territory, which can be a little bit infuriating at times, because you want to deal with concrete information and fact, and then it doesn't always give it to you. So I think this way goes. Okay. Oh, this is where we wanted to go. Okay. A little bit disconcerting. So, those piles of humanity sprites were next to that one cliff that we first walked through, and like Alvina was on the other side. And Bobbin, welcome back in. It's going pretty well. How about yourself? Katie said, who left these stones? I think the most likely guess would be Artorias, since we know he walked down here at one point. Other than that, we could probably just guess that it was Alvina, but I feel like Artorias is more likely. These three's the cut dragon shield that looks just like the Artorias shield? Okay. Alexander says, Artorias probably realized the moment that he was screwed and so left his shield because his arm was probably already broken. I like thinking that he's such a badass that he can fight with his offhand and still wreck people. You think Koth wanted them to gang probe Manus because he knew it aroused him from death? Do you think Manus agreed to die as a form of retirement death? You had pressure from Gwyn? Some pretty hot takes right there. Venom says it doesn't screw you, it's a better shortcut. It's super fast using that elevator to get up to Manus from the Oolacile Township on fire. I think you're screwing with me, because at least in Prepare to Die edition, that elevator didn't go back down. Because I took it and I was like, what the hell? You hope Bloodborne gets a remaster at some point? In your opinion, it's the best game ever made? Like, the Diablo, like, gem farming is a genius idea? So you're one of those who likes the gem farming. No, I'm just messing with you. Gem farming isn't for me, but I do like that it gives people who want the option to do it, like, some content to, like, keep their interest. I think in that aspect, it's a pretty cool implementation of an idea. I just feel like the Chalice engines could have been better overall. And it is a bit of a shame that they never got to do their boss rush idea. Ow. I'm about to get got by some passive ghosts. Let's pick this up, and I'm gonna actually go ahead and use the humanity, because, I mean, why not at this point? You think I got a glitch because you always use that elevator to get to Manus? I really feel like you're trolling me. But I also wouldn't be surprised if it was a glitch. Oh no, okay. That was almost bad. I mean, it was still bad, but could have been worse. Not too much up here, and then I think there was like a drop to some treasure. Yeah. Oh, me carving. That one cracks me up. Black Flame. Another important spell. And one that's kind of curious that I'll try to get to in a second here. Let's go ahead and use another humanity. It'll kindle up later. You know, there's a glitch that made the most of the Chalice dungeons unusable. People have fixed it to re-add them back into the game. Oh, yeah, yeah. I thought it wasn't a glitch as much as it was, like, they were just too redundant, and so they thought there would have been enough variations that people weren't going to worry about it. Because the crazy guys at the Tomb Prospectors have literally mapped out every dungeon that's possible. You gotta commend the effort. And also just the organization of a community to be able to pull that off. Alright, so let's check out our Black Flame spell. This is a pyromancy discovered from the dark of the abyss by a pyromancer who wandered into Oolacile. Conjure a great black flame in one's palm. Black flames are weighty and inflict physical damage enough to smack away the mightiest of shields. So, since this flame is associated with the dark, it's weighty, it has more matter, I guess, more of a real presence within the world, so that's just kind of consistent between the item descriptions. One of the reasons why this interests me is I always forget exactly the exact number for the timeline of when Oolacile happens in relation to the main game. But Quaylana mentions that she met Salaman 200 years ago to teach him pyromancy, whereas I think the timeline for Oolacile is 200 or 300 years ago. If it's 300 years ago, the timeline between pyromancers and Quaylana doesn't quite add up, but if it's 200, maybe it could potentially mean that after Salaman had met met Quaylana and learned it, he could have eventually wandered into Oolacile, and maybe this black flame comes from him. I don't exactly know how likely that is, but as far as I'm concerned, I think I might as well just mention it, just because there might be that kind of incompatibility in the timeline regardless. I just don't remember the exact numbers off the top of my head. Even though you guys tell me, like, this is just something that it's really easy for me to forget for some reason. Which is kind of annoying, because it bothers myself. It's not a glitch you promised me. Birdie says, do you have any more thoughts on humanity? I do, but it's kind of hard to just talk about it freestyle. So I'll probably leave it more for like a video essay format. Unless you guys have more specific questions where it's kind of easier for me to answer them directly. Perhaps it works as long as you do not touch it before or after other lifts. It didn't work for you at all. I think I missed Elda's theory. What are the thoughts on the idea that twin humanities represents mothers of child? I mean, I don't know if there's much that we can say for it or against it, really. I think it's a cool idea, and that's pretty much, I think, all I can say about it. And then Venom says, you love that theory, but then there's the weird stuff like the stray demon dropping twin humanities too. Crispin says, you could have sworn that elevator works, but it's been so long you could very well be wrong. I don't know, like, in Prepare to Die edition, I was just absolutely confused that FromSoft put in an elevator that didn't go anywhere. I thought it was kind of funny, to be honest, but... Alright, so I'll take it up, that one elevator. Because we've kind of pretty much cleared out this area, and I just won't rest at the other bonfire. And so I don't want to jump down, so I'll use like a homeward bone if it doesn't work. So this brings us back to the front portion of the Oolacile Township, kind of. The Royalwood, where Marvelous Chester's over there. What the hell? It actually goes down. Oh, that's cool. Then maybe I won't worry too much about kindling the other bonfire. Well, cool. Looks like the remaster has a working elevator here. So yeah, this would be a lot faster to get to Manus. I mean, going through the humanity sprites either way isn't that terrible overall. Let's just explore a bit more, and then I'll probably use the bone shard out and just top up before going over there. Okay, so this is where we got all those ones. Isn't there... I think we need to go back up, actually, up the ramp and follow the prism stones. They say it's around 300 years ago. Could be anywhere from 250 to 300 years. See, why do you guys keep doubting you? You know so much about the series, but you don't. But you know a lot about DS1. I mean, I wasn't doubting you as much as I was basing things on my own previous experiences, where that elevator did not work on going back down. It just only brought me all the way to the top, and I was like, well, they got me. That was my biggest takeaway from that experience. I think there's some more casters on this side of the gulch. As we come in, we can hear more humanities. They seem so sad when you get them. Titanite slab. I thought there was another item that I think I might have missed then. Let me go back out. Because I didn't think you can see that one from the outside. Well, I found it somehow. It just got turned around. In humanities. Okay, so maybe it's just at the bottom of it? I guess that can make sense. Okay, yeah, it must have been that one. Must have been under. the little pillars. So going into the next area, I think you can actually cheese Manus and just shoot him to death before you ever hop down. And maybe I should summon for Sif with Sif. I've never done that. That'd be kind of cool to show off. Actually, I have 5 Estus. Hero. So as you look down, we can see the giant head of Manus. And I think if you get like over here, you can shoot him with bows and weaken him, or potentially even kill him before you hop down there. Which is kind of a funny way to just cheese the quintessential last boss of the series. Or not series, of the game and the DLC. Like, it looks like I can't zoom down any further. Okay. Praise it says, about the twin humanities, you mean like a pregnant woman? That's what some people believe, yes. Plot twist, Oolacile happened 15 minutes ago? Damn. The true twists and turns. M. Night Shyamalan. Now you're tempted to reinstall Prepare to Die edition to see if it works. I could... Oh, wait. I don't think I'm close to Manus. I'm Prepare to Die edition again, but... Aim down the hole on the right side of the fog wall. You do need the hawk ring to do it? Okay. Do you guys think Ludleth is the furtive pygmy since Dark Souls 3? I don't think he's the furtive pygmy, but I do think he is a pygmy, and I think all of the humans are pygmies, technically, because of him. Not like... I don't think that humans are pygmies because of Ludleth, but I feel like he's saying that all humans are pygmies because he identifies as one. Here's our item. Okay. So we'll go to the Oolacile Township one. We will kindle that one again, or just not kindle it, but I mean we will kindle it. We'll reverse our hollowing. We'll kindle up there, and then we'll go towards Manus and save state, and then get a bunch of good footage. Sif summon sign is in the boss area, so as soon as the fight starts, it should be to your left. Okay, thank you. I did not know that. You'd love to see how Gwyn react to Manus face to face? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, how many souls do we have? Not enough to level up. It's all good, though. How do you think humans spread beyond the Ringed City? Do you think the Ringed City was just the Pygmy Lords and War Vets? That is a good question. I feel like the Ringed City has a lot of problems, like the closer and closer you look at it. Because it really doesn't seem like all the Pygmies were confined there, because, I mean, if humans have the Dark Soul and they're kind of free to do what it is that they do, it just doesn't really add up super well, in my opinion. Imagine that. It probably didn't even need to fight this thing. Davin Sosa, welcome back in. You said at least all normal-looking humans are descendants of pygmies, you thought? Yeah. And so even if, like, you want to make the distinction that the characters in the world aren't the true pygmies because they're, like, descended from them, I think you could probably make that argument. And I don't really have too many problems with it. I just don't really think it adds too much of a distinction. You could just say, like, the pygmies are proto-humans, I guess. I think this is the wrong one. Oh, yeah. That's where we found the cat. Wasn't the Ring City basically a glorified prison? Yeah, that's kind of how they make it sound, but perhaps humans could have escaped Lordran, I guess, by going to the quote-unquote world of men, which sounds like more of a thing in the Japanese version of the game than English one at times. Because Lordran is kind of a more holy ground, spiritual place than the world of men seems to be. Which reminds me, I did look at the Guinevere text where she mentioned that there's the eternal twilight. I was like, wait, is that really just Gwendolyn screwing up his narrative there? As it turns out, in the Japanese, she says, like, it's the world of men, which is covered by, like, endless night. So, going back to what I had mentioned at the very beginning of the game, in the intro scene where it says, like, only night remains, it's that night remains in the world of men, where men see, like, endless night, something like that. So, at least the Japanese is consistent, and it's not quite as clear that Guinevere is an illusion. Which is a little bit unfortunate, because I would have liked Gwendolyn to accidentally screw up his narrative there. With fighting. Or not fighting, with, like, linking the flame and all that. I could leave them. I agitated them. Some humanity, may as well pop that in. Heal up to full. It's gonna be way at the bottom. Got a spaghetti, welcome back in. Let's check our stuff. Okay. We're gonna save out. And I'll probably die a few times, if for no other reason than trying to, like, get the pendant to work, just because I'm kind of curious how the mechanics of it really work. Manus means hand as well? Potentially, yeah. Manus means hands in Spanish. What happens to humanity and the souls one gives to bonfire or firekeepers in later games to level up? That's a very, very good question. So one of the interesting things about the firekeeper is she says to, like, touch the darkness within her, and that's how we can reclaim, like, ownership of the souls. Well, she doesn't say it specifically like that, but she says, like, touch the darkness within me, and the souls will become your strength. Something along those lines. Which is kind of troubling to try to piece how it all fits together. So one of the thoughts that I have would be that if we can channel souls and whatnot into the firekeepers, they might, like, pacify them or put them into a state where they can be absorbed by other people. But generally, it doesn't seem like souls exist in that state naturally within the world. And that might also tie into, like, the humanity sprites. Maybe they kind of claim souls to the point where they can gain form as the humanity sprites, but they don't lack, or they lack the souls necessary to actually create, like, a body in a true form, I guess. But perhaps, like, relinking the fire will kindle life back into the souls and the darkness. That's kind of what it seems to imply, but it seems like it's more of, like, a perversion of the natural order of things. So I don't really think there's a perfect answer to that question, unfortunately, and it's something I myself would like to know more of. Later's games don't have humanity, sort of. Souls are used by the firekeepers to strengthen you. You might assume they're fused into your own soul, making it brighter and more powerful. Yeah. If you feel like the pygmies and the humans are like ancient dragons and descendants of ancient dragons, maybe. And what should happen to souls? You level up, that's it. You have to get the pendant effect to line up with when the dark is about to hit you. Okay. Let me swig some water before going into this fight. And then let's pull out the binoculars just to get some of that close-up stuff. So as we enter, the hand that essentially grabbed us into Oolacile in the first place is what drags us down here, which hints that it was Manus himself. See the glowing red eyes, grotesque form. Looks like he has a catalyst in his right hand. That's annoying. Trying to actually dodge that, and I screwed up. Couldn't dodge for whatever reason. My strat with Manus was just to like stay close to him and smack the crap out of him. Oh, there's a Sif summon sign. It's not really giving me the time to pull out the binoculars to look at him. I'm not too surprised. Just annoying. That was the grab slam attack, I guess. That looked really messy. It could have looked cooler. I do like how his eyes glow in the dark though there. We're just gonna download real quick. It's probably faster, and I can read chat in between this way. We kind of know where the humans come from, then from the dark they came. Also the gods, too, with that kind of logic. Davin says, hello, been playing through the Ring City this past week. During your time there, you noticed that the gross, hollowed pygmies act a lot like monkeys or chimps when they attack you. You wonder if it was intended by the developers to portray them as evolutionarily reverted. Maybe a little bit of a real-world inspiration there. I think you're probably right on the money there, because even when we come into Oolacile and encounter the bloatheads, they react somewhat similarly. Venom says, you can craft Manus' catalyst from a soul. If you want footage, you should summon Sif to distract Manus. Oh yeah, that's also a good point. I was going to summon her also. But yeah, just being able to draw the aggro is a good point. You should be able to cut his tail and get the Dark Whip of the Abyss or something? Does he actually have a tail weapon? I don't think I knew that. How cool would it be if he spoke to us? You think leveling is all the same lore-wise? You level at the bonfire, and with Firekeepers and all the others. Keepers are manifestations of bonfires, and they have the power to change the states of the soul. You like how his eyes aren't on his face, but on his soul? It's cool that they don't have a confirmation message for summoning in Sif. Great Grey Wolf Sif. Still kind of small compared to like its original boss form. Oh, caught me when I was switching out my shield. Alright. Not what I meant. Damn, got range. So a shield is actually really strong against Manus, at least for new game. Because it can block like a bunch of his attacks. Oh, I was not trying to pull that out then. Bro, Sif, what are you doing? Did you fall down? time that. Oh yeah, let's go for the tail then, if that's actually a thing. Kind of funny. Okay, so probably want to R1 after that stuff. Are you gonna do anything, Sif? That was my chance and I blew it. Then he hit me. What's that brown stuff? I guess it was just particle effects, I guess. Come on, Sif. At this rate, I'm not surprised that Sif was succumbing to the abyss. That's pretty cool looking though. It's gonna hit me. Looks like his left arm is much bigger than his right one. It seems to have like the glowing darkness on it as well, which might be worth noting. Overall, I think Manus's appearance is kind of similar to that of the Cleric Beast, and with some of the things that I've mentioned in my previous videos, I think it's kind of representative of the left-hand path, one that's associated with evil and darkness, that just kind of shows has perverted and transfigured Manus as well, that the dark can be considered bad, but it doesn't necessarily have to be considered bad. It's just kind of how it's more commonly portrayed. You don't think he has a tail weapon? Okay. I didn't think so. It's interesting how Sif's summon sign is in the arena and doesn't have a confirmation. This summon sign works differently from the other ones. Same can be said with Gales and Ariandel, though. Okay. I mean, it doesn't surprise me because you might not have the luxury of the time to show off the tail, or not the tail, but the summon, to be forced to confirm it. It's also much different from the other signs in that you summon a wolf, not a person. If you're not wrong, Sif is the only sign that appears in an arena and without confirmation, similar to how Gale gets summoned only in Phase 2 of Rita's fight. Plus, you cannot see Gale's health bar. You can't see Gale's health bar? I mean, I was playing HUDless, so I couldn't see it either way. I didn't know that. Yeah, I wasn't trying to use the pendant as much as I was trying to pull out my binoculars and screwing up. Catalyst looks the same catalyst from the Demon Priest. When will FromSoft allow players to use dogs as allies? Seems only fair. The real question is, why doesn't Sif teleport like a proper dog? Oh, that's the buffered roll. So yeah, he's got the dark emanating out of his left hand, which I guess is kind of thematically similar to Artorias and whatnot. Oh, that's the grab. I'm probably dead because it wasn't healing. Alright, let's just fight him normally, because it seems like it's going to be a real pain in the ass, since Sif doesn't really draw the aggro too well. Maybe there's a spell or a ring that I could use. Maybe Chameleon would have worked. But I didn't equip it. I could give it a try. Just die once and then put it on. Or we could check out our rings. It is kind of funny that even though we are traversing the abyss, sort of, we don't need to use the Covenant of Artorias anymore. It's kind of annoying, but at least not from a gameplay perspective, just more of a lore one. Well, we're just gonna try this for now. I don't expect it to work, it's just a thought. Damn, it's got range on that, holy crap. Come on, Sif. Where is Sif? There. Should have rolled in, not like away. I finally landed a shot. Holy crap. Now it's gonna aggro me. It's too far away, now it looks like crap. Maybe phasing him will help give me distance, even though he'll start using magic and crap and it'll be annoying. Even how does it think you can tell if you die because the save icon will appear in the corner? Drop dependent, see if he leaves you known. That's not a thing. Manus, father of the drip. The literal drip. His arm's dripping all over me. Probably do better to just get like actual fight footage. He only uses magic in phase 2? Yeah. I think I whiffed that one. Oh. Should have stayed like super close to him. I think that whiffed. Twice, okay. So once. Okay, so phase 2 has started. I don't remember how to dodge that. Oh, I probably need to use the pendant. That'd probably be the meta thing to do. Oh, he hit me before the jump landed. My roll is slow. Okay. That's more deadly this time around. Oh, okay. That's kind of cool that it like delayed him. That's cool. I didn't even bother to do that my first time around, and that was a bad roll. Alright, that wasn't too bad. Do bosses in DS1 have second phases? Yeah. So Manus does. Most of it's more like the health-based stuff, where they just get a little bit more moves. So for phase 2, Manus, he uses more of the magic, because in phase 1 he doesn't use any, as we've seen. You wonder how Manus looked before his anger was provoked, especially given the shape of his grave. Yeah. I mean, we would almost assume that he was probably going to look like a normal pygmy or a human, and that his emotions twisted him into the figure that we see. Here's a, like, get off me thing. Oh, why were those out? Probably because I pulled them out before the fight. Oh, and I screwed up because I couldn't heal. Okay. And then I think when he does that, I might need to roll to the right. Or if I'm that close, I might get caught no matter what. I don't know if I hit him. Okay, so I need to be a little bit further away from that jump. Too slow with it. I'm gonna jump again, I think. Okay, so I can block a little bit of the grab. Not that I was trying to so much, as just failing to read the attack. Oh, couldn't see. Oh, that's far away. Double tap, and then... Damn, we didn't even hit him there. Get us away from the wall. Look at this guy. Jump. I should probably not exit out so fast, because sometimes it's good to have the death scenes. D4C, welcome back in. If you look at Manus Catalyst, it looks a lot like the Golem's Hammer. The Golem's Hammer? Which Golem? Do you mean like the Sentinels outside in Anne Orlando? Oops, screwed that one up. A lot of free damage. That was totally bad on my part. Okay. The Golems in the Royal Woods. Okay. So this time I'm going to remove the binoculars just so I don't have to scroll through so many things. It's been slowing me down a little bit, and then we'll go back to the shield style. So I've got the roll reflexes of a dead cat. A little bit lucky there. Wait, so that... It bent around him like the backwards. I just now realized that. Okay, that's cool. See? It like went around his back. Oh, that's bad. I was gonna do magic. Oh, it caught my roll. That's cool death though, kinda. I could definitely implement that stuff a bit better. The delivery of the dead cat banter was hilarious. Las Vegas, welcome in. Coming into the stream and suddenly seeing Manus is like... Wait, is that Manus? Yes, it is. Next time, use the high five defense. Hit him once, get some stamina, and punish. It's twice. punish? Can't punish. Okay. Back. Roll. What's going on? Okay. It's so weird. Can't see what I'm doing. And then that was a late roll. That was a really late roll. Double tap heal. We should be at full. Oh yeah, we're one-handing. Okay. Timing difference. Or swing difference. Hey, we avoided a combo. I thought I was about to get smacked after just saying that. Okay, so that got me with the camera. So unfortunate. Punish. Still hit me? That's garbage. Yeah, off the wall. Couldn't tell if that was a magic one or not. Distracted me. Need more stamina though. Now we should be good. Oh, I was definitely way too slow with that one. Thought it was gonna be the aerial stuff. And then I didn't punish, I was too slow. That was a bad roll. That was a bad heal. Alright, now we should be good. That one comes out super quickly. Okay. So I don't know that one. That one's catching me off guard because I need to roll. And trying to pull out the pendant is just too slow for that one, obviously. That's not too bad of a fight. I just need to tighten up some things, and then he should go down pretty easily. Why is his right hand so big? So that's technically his left hand. And I mentioned it before in the stream, but there is a kind of a path in Eastern philosophy where, maybe not Eastern philosophy, more like Eastern religions relating to like Hinduism. And it is even somewhat present in the West, where the left hand path is associated with evil and depravity and like exposing oneself to impurity to kind of gain enlightenment. So one of the more counterexamples that we have in the West would be like the sinister hand, the left hand being associated with the devil and whatnot. But that's not as big of a deal in the East because they didn't really have the concepts of the devil. So it's just like contact with dirt, impurity, filth, defilement, murder, blood, all that kind of thing was more associated with the left-hand path because it's strays from righteousness, the right-hand path. Oh, rolled too quickly. I think I hit him, I don't know. Need stamina at this point. So I think I needed to strafe to the right more on him, and then I should be safer. Should be, but was not. Oh, that's the bad one. Okay. That's just a little bit bad RNG with our spacing there. Damn. Okay, I should have rolled to the side. I didn't think I would be in range. Okay. Who is Manus and how he became the father? So, Manus may likely be the furtive pygmy. He may have been the founder of the Dark Soul, or the finder rather than the founder. So, as far as him being called the father of the Abyss, I feel like that unfortunately just locks in a certain interpretation of how he should be read, whereas the Japanese for it is a little bit more ambiguous. And at the very least, it isn't called like father in a more literal sense. It would only be more of a figurative sense. The term that they use for it could be read as Artaji or Nushi, which we talked about quite a bit yesterday. And I feel like the interpretation Nushi would be more appropriate for him, and it could just be because Manus has been dead for so long that he's been exposed to the darkness. And so because of that, it's probably transformed him into a kind of a spiritual beast or spiritual guardian of the darkness. So I feel like maybe a more appropriate term for Manus would be Manus, Guardian of the Abyss, as opposed to Father of the Abyss. But nonetheless, even if he is the Guardian of the Abyss, certain bits of the Abyss do come from him, so it isn't entirely wrong to say that he is the father of an instantiation of the Abyss. I don't think he's the father of all of the Abyss, though. So after he beat his ass, when his daughters are born, right? Or they're formed shortly after. So it probably takes a little bit of time. It's a little bit unclear how much time elapses between Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 1. But yes, once he gets destroyed, his consciousness kind of fragments, and it will go on to form Children of the Abyss in Dark Souls 2, and potentially in like Dark Souls 3 with Carla. Trying to get behind him, but it just didn't work out. It's a bit better. Shouldn't go for the greedy two shots. Oh, that sucks. Oh no, I was trying to heal. Back up. I don't know if I blocked that or not. I mean, obviously not completely. And camera. Well, I somehow lived from that one. That's the last one. That caught me last time, too. I need to just not roll straight back, I guess. It's kind of funny that this time he's giving me a lot more trouble. Maybe it's because I'm playing a little bit too passively. Because the first time I did fight Manus, I just kind of ran at him and treated him like a Bloodborne boss and killed him pretty easily. It could also just be because of the no HUD stuff, but at the very least we are getting a lot of footage of him, which can be useful. Your boy Sif's sign shining in the dark? Yeah. Do you have to beat them the first try? No. It's just a little bit easier for me to reload and read what you guys say in the chat than having to run back every time. Someone says, wait, if he's the daddy of us and making him makes the daughters, does that just mean we're mommy regardless of gender? I mean, the dark is the mother of all, as they say. Wait, how did I pull out those? I didn't unequip them. That's gonna suck. Get me off the wall. Should have backed up. That sucks. Okay. And we whiffed that one. Definitely not worth. Oh, and then that was just a bad roll. Can't seem to like 8-point roll up and to the right. How did that catch me? I should have rolled the right. Surprised I'm still alive. Oh, that one didn't catch me for once. Holy crap. Alright, now we're at full. What? Next, that one. range. I don't know what I have out. Okay. That damn jump. Oh, they hit him. Uh-oh. Oh, that's the bad one. Okay. At least I healed up before that. Die. Oh, that was lucky. Got greedy. A little too soon. Can't see. Oh, that's the combo. I'm dead. Oh, I should have left that one going. That's disappointing. It probably would have been funny if he had like the one hit and I was just too passive because of the HUD. If we're the mommy, we straight up Black Widow Manus? Yeah. Is it known what else is discovered in the grave of Manus, pendant aside? You think there's some more artifacts that'd still be lying around? I don't think so. I would assume it'd be like the Dark Soul itself, which doesn't make like a ton of sense. If it was Koth's meddling, maybe it was the life drain skill. Not that we really see Manus do anything quite like it, but why else would Koth be meddling around? I don't really know. Looks like the Remastered is more forgiving on the pendant? Okay. Yeah, because I'm not doing super well with it. The fact that his soul is described as feeling gentle and warm always makes you sad. Under it is all a soft boy. Oh, he didn't run away. So I could have just kept strafing him, and then I think I should have been fine. It was probably a fluke, but... Bling. Bro. Didn't let me dodge. I thought that was the long one. Actually, I don't really remember seeing that attack too much. With him just slamming down the catalyst. It's kind of funny that the DLC is giving me so much more trouble this time around. But yeah, going back to the idea of what Koth would have wanted the Oolacilians to do, maybe he just wanted the humanity of Manus, since that's what he had the Dark Wraiths go collect from other peoples. And if he had the Dark Soul to begin with, he should have like the most humanity. Oh, let's read that one. Alright, so he like screams before that. Okay, try to remember that. Roll too soon. Well, I'm really playing badly. Curse of the Streamer means Manus brought his A game, apparently. Alexander just ordered Mass Effect Legendary Edition on Xbox Live. You can't wait? Nice. I was thinking about picking it up, to be honest. But at least with doing the channel stuff, I don't have as much free time. So I might just wait for a while to play it. Koth knew you could seize Manus's quiescent humanity into a wellspring of the abyss. If he was gang probed, it seems pretty straightforward. Yeah, but he calls like the Dark Wraiths failures. And he doesn't really seem to stick around Oolacile after they fail as well. It's kind of hard to say exactly what he really wants. That's different. That's what we wanted. Not rolling there, but... But that's the combo, and now it's stuck healing. I knew it was a bad time to heal, but I just wanted to test it. Damn, lock on. Roll. Too slow. Alright, screw this guy. Is he gonna chill with his moves? Holy crap. Okay, so that's the slam that I need to heal off of, but I screwed that up. And now we're getting grabbed. Oh, that would have been a cool death. I need to stop doing this. Koth wants the Age of Dark, but everybody has been power hungry or stupid or blind to the truth. This is one such instance, you believe, the another being the Four Kings. And Elda says the Dark Wraiths are failures because they lost and were sealed. If they didn't lose, he wouldn't have considered them failures. The Chosen Undead is a winner. That's an interesting thought. You can lead the horse to water, but you can't force it to drink. In this case, you drink too much. There is no Chosen Undead. Could be the Dark Wraiths didn't follow the plan. Yeah, Koth makes it sound like the Dark Wraiths didn't follow the plan because they got too absorbed with the suck. That's the takeaway that I get from Koth's dialogue there. For how much the people in the story treat him as a monster, the actual lore is a lot more understanding towards Manus. Age of Dark equals communism, Oolacile's USSR. Those are some hot takes there, Arthur. The buffered roll, and then didn't even get the punish. caught me? That's still annoying. Oh. So I need to like roll in. It's just not working for me right now. I couldn't roll or block. That was just a true combo. That was annoying. Koth didn't lie, he's just misleading. The OST is amazing. Yeah, it's a little bit loud. I should probably turn it down. No, I think I should be fine. Or people do not understand him or take things too far. You swear everyone in the DS universe has nyctophobia? There isn't enough info to be sure that if Koth doesn't lie. I think the only thing that I would say that maybe Koth lies about or might not know about would just be like the Age of Dark. He seems to be the kind of manipulator that bends the truth rather than makes it up. I guess I can roll. That's annoying. I don't know how to like avoid that when I'm super close to. Oh god. There's my chance to heal too. Okay. Well, we're already in phase 2. I think I rolled too soon on that one. Ugh. Gonna hurt. I thought that was gonna kill me. I rolled too soon again. Trying to roll. I thought I had the pendant out. I thought that would be it, yeah. thought eventually she says something different. Maybe not. Maybe I'm imagining she has different voice lines right there. Alright, so that one's definitely like a repeat. So that's pretty much it for the Manus stuff. And that would be nothing after killing Dusk. So a random bonfire does spawn in here. It allows us to teleport out. When we look at the wall, we can see like it's kind of like covered with the souls and stuff. It's brighter now that Manus is dead for whatever reason. Could just be gameplay stuff. Maybe it's not as bright. Yeah, I don't think it is brighter. But at the very least, it stops us from like falling off the edge into the abyss. Because there is nothing down there. So I'm actually going to reload it and fight Manus again just to get a different ending screen and also to show off a little bit more of Dusk more carefully. I just wanted to have it be a little bit more fluid on that go around. Just didn't look as pretty as I would have liked, so we're going to redo that. So before doing that, let's go ahead and check out his soul. Alright, so this is Soul of Manus, Father of the Abyss. This extraordinary soul is a viscous, lukewarm lump. Wow, I can't speak. This extraordinary soul is a viscous, lukewarm lump of gentle humanity. Ancient Manus was clearly once human, but he became the Father of the Abyss after his humanity went wild, eternally seeking his precious broken pendant. So there's a decent amount to say about that. When we look at the Soul of Manus compared to like the Soul of Artorias, you can see it's a lot darker, which kind of just goes into the nature of him being the quote-unquote Father of the Abyss there. Artorias has more of a white sprite in the middle, whereas Manus has more of a humanity sprite, as we can see right there. Despite that, there seems to be darkness emanating to it or from it. Perhaps on the outside of the humanity sprite, there's a really large shell of just like transient souls, the white stuff on the outside, which gives it its power. It's hard to say for sure, though. That's just kind of one of the ways that I read it. When it describes it as a viscous, lukewarm lump of gentle humanity, it uses terms that's more affiliated with water. And so viscous in this instance is meant in more like the fluid kind of sense. So yeah, not water, but more fluid. It does say that he clearly was once human, which is kind of important to note, because if he is the furtive pygmy, it just kind of shows that all of the humans are pygmies. If he's not the furtive pygmy, that's not as important, I suppose, but it just depends on how you want to read Manus and the furtive pygmy. I personally think he's the furtive pygmy just because it goes well with the themes of fighting the previous three lords, Gwyn, the Witch of Izalith, and Nito. So it makes sense to me thematically to have the fourth lord be the furtive pygmy, since he found the Lord's soul, and that you fight his remains, I suppose. But nonetheless, whatever it caused him to be woken up, disturbed his emotions, caused his humanity to run wild, and that's kind of why the Abyss went rampant. And that infected the people of Oolacile as well for inspiring his wrath. So if we look at the broken pendant, this is what he was more or less in search of. I think maybe it's it might be his catalyst, which says it a bit more explicitly. So half of a broken stone pendant, the vine appears to originate from Oolacile. A powerful magic can be sensed from this ancient stone, yet men of this time can neither manipulate nor sense its power, which has a distinct air consisting of both reverence and nostalgia. So I believe this is what Manus was searching for, but it doesn't really say that on his soul. So we might need to check out the boss weapons just to get a better look at that. So let's go ahead and do that over again, now that we've got a better handle of the fight. It just seems like a little bit of RNG to get him down. Does Elizabeth have any special dialogue if he killed Dusk? I don't think so, but I'll do that stuff all over again once I kill Manus and get the more footage. I can just save it and then do all that stuff. Seems his emotions got control of him. All he had was the broken pendant. He probably sought a surrogate for his lost love, as Dusk knows nothing about Manus at all. And Dusk might even resemble his lost love. Arthur says, but you also think the demons are corrupted because the chaos flame feeds off of humanity, using it as fuel. And so the demons are people with their humanity going wild within them. I think it's possible that demons could be humans as well. It is a bit troublesome to think of it that way because of the Witch of Izalith not necessarily being human and her creating like pyromancy with everything, but I think there is that kind of potential nonetheless because there is that kind of kindred spirit between chaos and humanity. You think Elizabeth disappears forever if you kill her? I don't think so. We'll double check. Is the appendant related to Dusk in any way? I don't think so, other than we get it from a crystal golem, and it comes from Oolacile. Praise It says, the Abyss seems like a metaphor that you can't really resist the course of nature. I would agree with you, and I'll talk about that a lot more in a video for the future. Manus Soul is coffee. You think the Dark Soul is different? It's probably oily or fatty, heavy, and viscous. Wait. You can't get Manus, Catalyst, and the Pursuers in the same game. You need two of a soul. Well, remember that we're just going to be save stating and showing off both. Spectrum, welcome back. You missed us killing Manus the first time, so we're going to do it again this time around. You can be the furtive pygmy and also father the humans, which then became not pygmies. The one does not exclude the other. Pygmies are clearly different from us in the Ring City. No, I mean, what you just said there is a contradiction because we don't have the soul anymore. It says that he was clearly once human, and if he's described as the furtive pygmy and human, I would argue that it must mean that the humans must be pygmies as well. They're just called like little people. I feel like the English places maybe a little bit too strong of an emphasis on calling them pygmies as opposed to just little people. It seems the daughtery, but maybe because she's just called father. Okay, let's get this bread. That up. I rolled too soon, and then the camera screws that up sometimes. Oh, his feet got me. Annoying. Buffered roll. Okay. Should have rolled inwards. Blazing through some of those attacks, that's not good. Need to heal. Damn, still messed that up. Oh, that's the bad one. Almost got. Took too long switching. Damn rolls. Took too long with that one, I think. Okay, we're safe. Put a whiff. Can't hit. Oh man, didn't roll away. Okay, double tapped, we should be okay. And now... It's unfortunately rolled. Oh, I was gonna go for broke. That's my time to punish, but I'm just being cautious. Damn it. I screwed that up. I thought I would have been able to kill him with some of the hits, so I was just getting greedy. Zoinks! That was close, though. You can for sure be both depending on when this takes place, if it actually happens as such in your dimension. I mean, I would just kind of disagree. Manus kidnapping Dusk is a reference to Mario, that's why Elizabeth is a mushroom. That's a quality comment right there. Our princess is being held in another abyss. It's creepy to have a giant monster with a small young girl, though you guess that wouldn't change that she's kidnapped by a stranger no matter what his specific delusion is. You feel like it's more meant to be a fairy tale story and not necessarily Mario. Praise it says, at the beginning all the living creatures were pygmies, humans are pygmies infused with the Dark Souls, Gwyn is a pygmy infused with the Soul of Light, and so on. I feel like this is a popular theory. That's one that I tend to like myself. But not everybody agrees with it, unfortunately. Maybe, but that'd be a very superficial inspiration. You don't disbelieve that he made Elizabeth a mushroom because of Mario. That's where Alexander says, in the intro, all the rising humanoids acted and looked like hollows. Was the souls who changed them? Okay, rolled too soon. Missed timing on that one. Oh. I gotta pay more attention to when he screams. Oh, that was it. Okay, I'm dead. I don't know where to dodge to avoid that. Maybe I need to, like, try to go between his legs? It just doesn't seem like I can get through it like a giant would. Mario itself is pretty much a modern fairy tale. I don't disagree. But the Pygmy Kings at the end of the Ring City had the Dark Soul and they weren't human? No, I think that they are human still, because they have the Dark Soul and humanity is related to the darkness. So that's kind of my whole argument, that humans are pygmies, or pygmies are humans. You think pygmies are just the tiniest, weakest of those proto-humanoids, and the furtive pygmy took the cast-off runts and united them with the common Dark Soul? Alexander says, and with all of these souls coming from disparity, etc., it might be a commentary on both how religions, etc., create conflict just by being different from each other. They're human, just a bit smaller. Don't try to explain Dark Souls 1 lore with Dark Souls 3. Should have recognized that one. Okay. think I rolled too soon. Oh, you can follow that up? Okay. It's different. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Thought so. All three games, lore's fine on their own, but I'm just not been that great with continuity, and you'll hit a wall of logic quick if you try to cross over. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel as well. 2 doesn't really follow 1 super well, and 3 doesn't follow either super well. But if you just look at them without looking in super close, it makes more sense, which is kind of a bad thing. Alexander thinks 1 stands for alone from 2 and 3. D4C says, you think you need to dodge back 2 times during the first 2 attacks? The rest of the combo will pretty much miss. I feel like he'll be able to hit me though, but I could try it if I have the presence of mind to do it. Because part of it at this point isn't really trying to beat him as much as it is trying to understand some of the attacks which are giving me trouble. Okay, so that one is more of a timing thing, it seems like. Okay. Okay, that was definitely a timing thing. Okay. Oh, I should have dodged back. So yeah, maybe I can just dodge backwards on that one. Oh, I thought that was gonna be the long one. Okay. I could have dodged. That was just a little bit slow on my response time. Not too mad about that. Oh. I had the pendant out to begin with, so that's definitely my screw up. Ooh, the iframes though. Oh no, that was my heal opportunity. Okay, we're good. We're good now. Let's roll in. I think the next hit might kill him. The next one. Nope. The greed. Hey, we dodged it. And dodge. Oh, that's gonna punish me. That's gonna hurt. Get out of here, Sif. I need to get a cool finish. My timing. I tried to roll backwards. And he still got me. All just because I want to get a cool finish. So it wasn't perfect, but that was actually a pretty decent ending, though. I think I can live with that one. Alright. So now that we've rescued Dusk, let's go ahead and save it out and then get the footage of that all lined up. Then we'll kill her, go talk to Elizabeth, and then all the good stuff with that. I guess I still didn't get the grab quite down, but I definitely feel pretty comfortable with that fight now, even though I was still dying to a little bit of RNG. I feel like I finally got it figured out, which is kind of what I'm fine with finishing with. Manus, was A harder for you? Oh, then Midir. Professor Gomez, welcome in. Manus boss fight arrived right on time. So that was our second time fighting him, just because I wanted cooler death footage, which is definitely what we got. Which do you think is harder on the first playthrough, Manus or Midir? For me, it was Midir. Birdie says Midir. D4C says Manus was way harder. You feel like it would be Midir, but you haven't fought either. You hate Midir, he's such a lazy boss. DS1 doesn't have multiple phases most of the time, and the bosses generally have less health than in 3, but also your movements are more restrained. Yeah, so Midir is just a tank. And that's kind of the harder portion of it. That and the cameras. So Manus has a little bit of camera wonkiness with the jump thing, but I guess that's more of a timing than the camera thing. So maybe my opinion is a little bit off base on that one. But Midir is just like really bad because you need to face him to block sometimes, and he'll break the camera at a certain point and he'll hit you no matter what if you aren't super careful about it. Did Dusk already disappear? That's super annoying. Well, at least we got her talking the one time. Bruh. Well, I'm glad I talked to her that one time, even though she didn't say anything. I would have liked to have like focused on her face a bit better and all that stuff. That's disappointing. Oh, now I can't even kill her. Again. That piss off Elizabeth. I mean, we could kill her later on, and it'll probably have the exact same effect with Elizabeth. Let's go to the sanctuary. Katie says, you don't think that the things in the intro were pygmies and that all lords were pygmies? Because that would tie darkness to hollowing and hollows? Well, one of the thoughts that I've had more recently was there's certain spells which say that light purifies the dark. So potentially with the gods taking more fiery-based souls or whatnot, they might have enough light where they've purified the darkness out of them. And that would go tie into why... I think it's the dragon scales in Dark Souls 1. Say the fiery gods are no exception. So maybe that's the one in Dark Souls 2. I might need to look that up. Let me look it up. Oh, it's the dragon eye in Dark Souls 1. So I guess we could show that off with the ancient dragon. That's just one idea that I've had. So they could have been quote-unquote pygmies, maybe without darkness, because they just found souls that didn't have dark in them to begin with. But maybe hollow is just a better way to talk about them. And Manus is a DLC boss, which has a hugely improved AI compared to the main game. Good fight, thank you. Poor Dusk was getting kidnapped. Then again, Midir has a crap ton of HP and AoE. Midir lasts longer, which makes it more difficult for newcomers. Also, is it fair to compare Manus and Midir? Wouldn't Calamite be a better fit? I would still say that I think Midir is like the toughest boss in Soulsborne, maybe. But that could also just be because of his health pool. I don't know. Maybe like on the higher New Game Plus cycles, maybe New Game Plus 7 is the real equalizer, and I don't have enough experience to say for sure. the camera should zoom out for big bosses. It does a little bit for Midir, but it's still not perfect. It's got a lot of issues. Monster Hunter has that issue where the sweet spot of the monster size where they're big without being tedious. And they often go above it for the giant bosses. What about Orphan of Kos? I don't think Orphan of Kos is really that bad. You just kind of need to understand how he moves. I feel like Lawrence gives me more consistent trouble than Orphan does at this point. Katie says, for new players, Ornstein and Smo are the toughest. Yeah, that's really like the big wake-up call if the Gargoyles wasn't the toughest boss for a straight-up newcomer. Simon says, as soon as you try to parry, Orphan's fine. Yeah, Orphan has a lot of parryable moves, which makes it a lot easier. I don't know, just the tempo of the fight with Orphan works better for me. So let's talk to Elizabeth. We've already saved it, so we shouldn't really need to worry about this too much.
I have awaited thee. Thou hast rescued Princess Dusk and rid us of that terrible primeval human, even halting the spread of the abyss. I salute the grandeur of thine enterprise. Please allow me to express my gratitude. I thank thee, as do we all.
Get some more of Elizabeth's mushrooms.
I will remember thee, but I will keep thy story to myself. This is the best way, for thou art come from a time far ahead. No one will sing thy praises, but yet thy greatness shall live on, for it shall be my purpose to remember all thou hast done for us.
So her dialogue here makes it clear why the story of Artorias carried on into our timeline, because she's kind of preserving our anonymity so it didn't cause too many heads to get scratched. I guess it's kind of weird that she'd care so much about that, because like it doesn't really matter, but I mean, it's the way to keep the protagonist heroic yet still kind of unknown, and conceals our mission from ourselves in the future, which could have jeopardized it, I guess. I don't know. She just doesn't want to screw around with the future too much so as to undo what we've already done. Stella agrees that Ornstein and Samo are more of an early wall. Yeah, pygmies are always short as beings of the dark, so is the abyss, but you digress. So they definitely have souls. Blackboom says, are you speaking of bosses that are hard until the mechanics click? That sounds like Genichiro and Sekiro. Yeah, that's a really good wall boss. I struggled for a really, really long time against Genichiro, so I think what I said with Midir being the hardest Soulsborne boss, I would probably take that back. I would say Sword Saint Ishin was definitely the most mechanically challenging, I think. But I felt like Genichiro was just tougher, because you really need to either understand the mechanics of Sekiro, the very, very basics, or just end up cheesing him. So, is there any lore in Oolacile Sanctuary? Well, this ends up becoming the grave where we find Artorias and Sif later on. As to why it changes so much, we don't really know. It could just because the lands are quote-unquote converging because the fire is fading in our timeline, but other than that, we don't really know. And it seems like even at this point in time, it's been a while that Oolacile's started to fall into the abyss because so many of the graves, buildings, and things like that are dilapidated. Okay. She's a mushroom, we get it. We've already bought everything that we needed from here.
May the flames guide thee.
So we should have everything, and I don't remember where Dusk is. I think we need to go back to our timeline in the Darkroot Basin to see her. I'm pretty confident about that, so let's go there. And it's fine to warp to the Undead Parish, because we'll go there and check out all the boss souls after this anyway. 801611, welcome back to the stream. I guess you were here a little bit earlier. The values of the myth are very important, especially in Dark Souls surrounding Artorias and the Abyss. Yeah. Blackboom says, the first hard boss of a game can feel worse than the actual hardest boss, because having to get good on the spot is rough. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. In Dark Souls, it's either the Gargoyles or Ornstein and Smo. Yeah, the Gargoyles were pretty tough for like a beginning player. They feel like the first real boss of the game, kind of. Either them or the Taurus demon on top of the wall. But even that one still feels more like the tutorial boss because you get the plunging attack opportunity off the go. Right there? No. It's got to be a little bit further. Oh yeah, the pond. Water. Puddle. Don't forget about Snuggly. No, I haven't. Because we have Manus' boss soul, which will definitely make me remember to go see Snuggly. Speaking of which, I need to like pull up the items worth trading to Snuggly. Just to show them off a little bit. Because I definitely don't remember that stuff off the top of my head. Gargoyles are tough if you don't figure out about upgrading. They are a stat wall. I guess that's true too. I didn't think about it that way. I think you guys even pointed that out when we fought them on the stream. Stop being so scared. Maybe I should save here. Yeah, I probably should. Because it's not like saving after Manus is doing us any favors right now. Most early players don't have good stats. Yeah, that's a good point. I looked at my first character build on my Prepare to Die edition. It was just so god awful, stats all over the place because I wanted to see how everything worked, which meant I had absolute dog crap in terms of specialization. Ornstein and Smo had you stuck for a few days. Pontiff was another wall. Was he? Well, I guess I played Bloodborne, and I didn't ever have problems with him because I just ran at him and beat the crap out of him. I think I died like a couple times, then I was like, well, just try to YOLO him, and it just worked. Does DS2 have a wall boss? Maybe the Rune Sentinel? Oh yeah, because they've got like a ton of them. Pursuer? Is Pursuer a wall boss? I just strafed him and he just died. But again, I mean, like at that point I was already an experienced player, so take that with a heavy grain of salt. Well, let's just keep her on the right. This is where we've had all of our NPCs so far. I just don't like flipping through the floor, the ground.
I am Dusk of Oolacile. It is an honor to see thee again. I shall follow thy wishes. For a very long time, I was trapped within the crystal golem. From my home I was taken and banished to a plane of distortion. It was there that thou came to my rescue. long after I had relinquished all hope. So gleeful was I. My faith reneweth.
You know, one of the questions I think that brings up is, just, you know, say for the sake of argument, that Seath kidnapped her when Oolacile was still a thing, and that's why she was in the golem. Then why the hell would she just kind of zoom back to her own timeline? Maybe it's an effect of the crystal's magic that it, like, cast a stasis on her? I guess that could work, just more or less thinking out loud here. But otherwise, like, you would assume that it could just work like a treasure chest, that whatever's in it would still age regardless. But I guess the crystal magic could make that work. I don't know.
The sorceries of Oolacile differ from the magic of thine age. It is difficult to explain. Oolacile's sorceries are, what doth one say? They're somewhat of an approximation. Thine sorceries are more straightforward, negating all but thyself. Dost thou not find some fascination in these discrepancies? The sorceries of Oolacile differ from the magic of thine age.
So this is pretty straightforward of what she's talking about right now. When we look at the one sorcery, it says that they're gentle because they don't rely on intelligence because they're not in combat spells.
More straightforward, negating all but thyself. Dost thou not find some fascination in these discrepancies?
I feel like this overall dialogue kind of hints at like maybe the nature of miracles, where you kind of deny nature, and that's kind of true with sorceries as well. And with intelligence being the scaling point for like combat magic, it's kind of interesting that the spells of Oolacile are gentle because they kind of work with the fundamental order of the universe, whereas the combative magics kind of deny it to also like deal damage, which kind of makes sense, I suppose. Because by denying the reality of your target, you can harm them, I guess. Ask her advice on try thrust, see where that leads you. By the way, you got to Duke Seldor's place and it's full of crystals? Okay. Yeah, I mean, Duke Seldor is supposed to be related to Seath because the Lord Soul that you can get in the New Game Plus cycles. When in doubt, strength prevails. Black Boom says, always remember when saying that something is easy that early players don't know how to upgrade properly and go into fights with crap stats. In Bloodborne, it's Bloodstarved Beast for you. Mostly because it's not well balanced, it's just that one-shot you with its grab and once in the third phase. Okay, yeah. I forget that the Bloodstarved Beast, if it does get you in its third phase, can be pretty fatal for a lot of players. For the Bloodstarved Beast, I just pretty much always strafed to the left and dodged, and it never really gave me trouble. But Gascoigne and even Cleric Beasts were more difficult for me than Bloodstarved. Las Vegas says, being near Dusk Sign reminds you of when you thought lore-wise, undead couldn't speak in other worlds when summoned, hence why they say nothing to you and gestures everything. Dusk talks, so I'm a fool. That's kind of a cool thought, though. I like it, even if it just doesn't really work out. So maybe her shop is related to Elizabeth, since we can't buy anything else. And so one weird idea that I've had is perhaps Elizabeth is Dusk, transformed, but that's just kind of one of the kind of crazy off-the-rail theories that I've had that I don't really place a lot of stock into. And part of that is because I think you guys might have been right that if we do kill her, Elizabeth will also die.
The sorcery.
Okay, so that was it with her.
If thou art in need, pray summon me again. I wish to be of assistance. May the flames guide thee.
I guess her dress is kind of also reminiscent of the things in the statues all around Oolacile. Don't know too much about that symbol on it, though. And maybe this pendant is what caused her to get grabbed by Manus? I doubt it, but just kind of a random thought. Alright. Sorry, Dusk.
Oh, farewell, my rescue.
And she doesn't really drop any items either. I'm probably not going to like redo the save. Unless I wanted to buy some more stuff from Elizabeth. You highly doubt Dusk is Elizabeth? The way she speaks of her is like a mentor and friend to another? It could also be that if Elizabeth was Dusk, she was trying to keep a secret from herself. She is somewhat mindful of the future. Alright, so before doing the Andre stuff, let's go back to the Sanctuary. Item strategy is interesting, but it's hard to engage players in using them when they're limited. Yeah. I feel like the economy of the games is just kind of been a little bit detrimental to them at times. So as we come in, see this time, Elizabeth is no longer here, which kind of lends into my theory that Dusk is Elizabeth. She's gone if you kill her. But I mean, that's really the core of it. And there is also the thing where Elizabeth kind of hesitates and calls herself like the godmother or like the wet nurse of Dusk. So they do kind of have a strange relationship, and especially I think since their shops are linked together. Actually, I wonder if those Sanctuary Guardians respawn. I don't think they will, I'm just kind of curious though, and I don't intend to fight them. Oh yeah, they do. Huh. Well, screw that. Let's go back to the Undead Parish. Oh, actually, I guess we will undo our save and then be able to look at Dusk and Elizabeth again, just because we're going to show off the Pursuer's spell, as well as the stuff that we can get from blacksmithing. Secret from herself? Come on, man. I mean, it seems pretty straightforward. She seems like Dusk's confidant. I don't know. Do you ever see them in the same room together? Checkmate. Atheists. The boss is weak to fire bombs, but we only have 10 and there's no guarantee you'll beat the boss on the same attempt to use the bombs on. If they didn't make Elizabeth disappear, they would have to make her an entirely new animation to make her attack, though? Not necessarily. Doubt it's more or less than that. You think Elizabeth is like her fairy godmother, a sorcerer's familiar / kami that watches over the princess of Oolacile? Maybe. Blackbloom says, Sekiro had the shinobi tools, which are a step in the right direction, but the emblems are a pain to farm. Yeah. So they get things, like, mostly right, and then they just kind of get them overburdened by random systems that just get in the way of things. So I guess if they treated emblems similarly to Estus flasks, it wouldn't be as bad, but they would also have to balance some things around the limitations, but I mean, it's a better balance than what they've given us. And again, like, I don't really believe the whole Dusk is Elizabeth thing too strongly. It's just a thought that I've had. In DS3, you find both Elizabeth dead and an item important to Dusk, and another important item to Elizabeth. Yeah, but they're also still in, like, the Oolacile area. Katie says, you think that Dusk and Elizabeth are linked, but not as the same person? Elizabeth asks to play the savior to Dusk, and you think if you kill her, you can no longer be deemed as her savior. I feel like, if anything, Dusk would be the kind of future version of... Sorry, Elizabeth would be a future version of Dusk. How can Elizabeth and Dusk exist in the same timeline, then? That's a good question. We do see that Dusk has been swallowed by the Abyss, and so there is a little bit of time shenanigans to consider. But again, I'm not super, like, strong about this theory. It's just a thought that I've had that I was just sharing. Alright, let's talk to Andre and see what cool boss weapons the game can offer us.
You seem to be doing all right. Need anything forged?
Alright. Oh, we need to go to the giant one, don't we?
Oh yeah, it is set.
I forget. I'm just used to going to Andre from Dark Souls 3.
I'll be seeing you.
That's more of a goof on my part, for sure. Sun Princess? Yeah. Almost out of water here. Dragon Slayer arrow. And then after we look at these, we're gonna go see Snuggly.
What's that? Shiny, shiny. Give me that. I make weapons shiny. I had shiny, shiny. I make weapons shiny. You come, I forge. We talk. You, good friend. I, very happy.
So these are all of the boss souls. I think this should be all of them. Except for we need to go fight Gwendolyn. I guess we could do that after this. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So the longsword can be turned into the greatsword of Artorias or the Abyss greatsword, and if we use the broken straight sword, we could also get another greatsword of Artorias. I guess it just comes up quite a bit. So, oh, even a greatsword can make those ones, so it's not just a straight sword. That's annoying, but cool. Oh man, I actually have to use them to be able to see the things. That's going to be annoying. Alright, so we're going to have to save scum a few times. The question is to let Dusk stay dead. Yeah, I just kind of don't really feel like dealing with everything. No. We'll just pick what we can for now. Alright, so with the Soul of Sif, we're going to get the Great Sword of Artorias out of the Broken Straight Sword. I should probably write this down. Nah, I don't care. The Abyss Great Sword, Quelaag's Fury Sword. I had to do the Chaos Blade. Oh, because we don't have Quelaag's crap. Moonlight Butterfly Horn. Golem Axe. Oh, because the Iron Golem's a thing. I forgot about that. Dragon Slayer Spear. Life Hunt Scythe. Manus Catalyst.
Comet soon.
And we can go fight Gwendolyn. Again. Just to show off. Wait, no, we've already used it. Wait. No, we should be able to be fine with him. And then come back to the giant. The only way up are 2 elevators made specifically to the size of specs of 2 people. Then how does Guinevere or anyone bigger than Smo get inside? They just climb up like gods or float up with their fiery souls. You don't think they need elevators for themselves? You don't think they need such things at all? I mean, you've seen the way that Gwyn jumps and plunges. Am I going up? No, okay, we're going down. You see the giant blacksmith is a fan of Moana? Aren't there 2 versions of the great swords of Artorias made from Sif Soul? Yes. So there's the one made out of the broken blade, which is like the proper soul sword, and then there's another one made from just a normal great sword, which is more affiliated with the dark. And I'll show that off after we deal with Gwendolyn. Wait, let's rest here in case we die. That'll be annoying. And screw it. I was gonna change to the grass crest shield. Professor Gomez always gets the Artorias shield. Has done wonders for you in the game. Guinevere may not actually be that big. I think the areas of the elevators, etc., for human sixth emissaries, etc. Human-sized emissaries. Big one? Two big ones in a row. 3 big ones in a row. Whoa. Big ones. Early in the game, that would have one-shot me. That would have been annoying. Oh, I didn't even see the big one. Caught me slipping. Rip.
Oh, heretic, swathed in dark, an eternal curse upon thee.
Alright. Go back to our blacksmith boy. And turn that one in. It's going to be annoying to do that again. And then we'll read our descriptions. And then check out the other ones. So next time I'll warp right into the Tomb of the Dark Moons. Big damage. Sad face by Birdie. Gwendolyn started it, okay? Nightbot getting me with a posture check right there. Goldilocks. They can actually follow me in here? What a jerk. Alright. So we can get the Tin Dark Moon Catalyst and the Dark Moon Bow. So let's go with the Catalyst this time. So let's see what we picked up here. Alright, so the Abyss Greatsword. This greatsword belonged to Lord Gwyn's knight Artorias, who fell to the Abyss. Swallowed by the dark with its master, this sword is tainted by the Abyss, and now its strength reflects its wielder's humanity. So if we look at it, we can see it's kind of all like withered away. I guess I could equip it. Kind of covered with darkness, similar to the dark blades that the Dark Wraiths use. Very surprising, I'm sure. And it probably has like the crest of Artorias on it or something. The hilt is broken on it, and it's just kind of covered with like the goop, the dark and whatnot. What else? Greatsword. And then this is the like holy version of the Greatsword of Artorias that can only be made from like the broken straight swords. So sword born from the soul of the great Grey Wolf Sif, guardian of the grave of the Abyss Walker Knight Artorias. Sir Artorias hunted the Dark Wraiths, and his sword strikes harder against dark servants. So we can see this is the same blade, but this is the holy version of it. It doesn't have like the dark corroding it essentially. And it's not like it shoots out any like holy lasers or anything like that though. What else? It's interesting that there's kind of 3 variants of this blade, which is kind of confusing. Which leads some people to believe that the Artorias that we fight isn't the real Artorias, which is kind of preposterous to me, but yeah. Leave that one there for now. Quelaag's Fury Sword. A curved sword born from the soul of Quelaag, daughter of the Witch of Izalith, was transformed into a Chaos Demon. Like Quelaag's body, the sword features shells, spikes, and a coating of Chaos Fire. Power affected by wielder's humanity. Gwendolyn exists, LP flips the table, now that's enough. Gwendolyn's a frail boy, okay. Your phone autocorrected his name to that hell. That requirements though? Yeah. So this is pretty straightforward. This does tie in like the Fair Lady and Quelaag and Chaos Demons more to humanity, more directly than just some of the Chaos weapons or the Chaos Ember, because even the soul of the Chaos Demons of the Daughters of Chaos are influenced by humanity. The Moonlight Butterfly Horn. Weapon born from the mystical creature of the Darkroot Garden, the Moonlight Butterfly. The horns of the butterfly, a being created by Seath, are imbued with a pure magic power. So it's more specifically the horns of the crystal butterflies, which are powerful because they've been transposed by Seath, as this description says. I'm just more or less repeating it. But it does show that the Moonlight Butterflies were created by Seath. And so he has been transposing people into other kinds of beings. Golem Axe. An axe born from the soul of the Iron Golem, guardian of Sen's fortress who repelled countless heroes who sought Anor Londo. Its powerful one-handed attack imitates the golem's blade of wind, but the heavy iron blade makes it quite unwieldy. Didn't realize that. That's kind of cool. It's like Hadokens. Nope, so it has to be one-handed. This is actually kind of a cool weapon. Does it always off-balance you like that, though? I hate it when the weapons are like that. That doesn't really seem to be a stat requirement thing. We should get, yep, the Dragon Slayer Spear. Crossbeard born from the soul of Ornstein, a Dragon Slayer guarding Anor Londo Cathedral. Inflicts lightning damage, effective against dragons. Two-handed thrust relies on cross and buries spear deep within a dragon's hide and sends human foes flying. So this is kind of also what we can see on the Sunlight Altar Covenant. And, we can even get this item in Dark Souls 3. It's a little bit unfortunate that it doesn't really seem to have a sweeping attack. Like a horizontal one. So, was there anything else that we picked up? Oh yeah, the Life Hunt Scythe. This one's really important. Scythe born from the soul of Priscilla, the stark white crossbead trapped within the painted world of Ariamis. Even the gods feared Priscilla's Life Hunt ability, and in the hands of a mortal, its power will turn upon its wielder. So, part of the reason this one's important is just for getting footage of things to potentially tie in Priscilla to Gwendolyn, because when Aldrich absorbs Gwendolyn, we still get the soul, or we get the Life Hunt Scythe ability from Aldrich's soul, and it's comes from Priscilla originally, which brings up a lot of questions as to why Aldrich would have it. Is it because of his connection to Gwendolyn? Is it because Gwendolyn's potential connections to Priscilla? Did Aldrich go into the painting and eat Priscilla? It's really unclear how they fit together. So, aside from that, the bottom portion of this description mentions that even the gods feared Priscilla's life hunt ability, and she's kind of an abomination towards life itself because she's half dragon. The English version doesn't mention that she's a half-dragon. It just says that she's a stark white crossbreed. So crossbreed could imply that she is a half-dragon. It could also mean like quarter. It's a little bit less clear in the English than the Japanese. And calling her stark white, in my opinion, is supposed to be a reference that her quote-unquote father is most likely related to Seath, the pale drake, or the white dragon as he's called in Japanese. The Dragon Bow Fist is more interesting lore-wise? Okay. You wish the fist weapons were good, though you've seen fun challenge runs with the fist. Selby says, you assumed Life Hunt is more powerful for Priscilla in general since she's not really just a bleed attack for players? Since it's really just a bleed attack for players? Like beyond the Scythe not hurting her? Yeah, so part of the reason why the Scythe doesn't hurt her is because she is a half-dragon, and she isn't quite the same kind of mortal that a player is. Damn it. Oh yeah, and we also have to look at Manus' catalyst. Did we get yeah, I think we got the Dark Moon catalyst and not just the Manus one. Okay. So 10 Dark Moon catalyst, and then we'll save Manus for last. Catalyst born from the soul of the Dark Sun Gwendolyn, Dark Moon deity who watches over the abandoned city of gods, Anor Londo. Gwendolyn is Gwyn's last born and a legitimate god, but he is also a moon sorcerer, and this wand is boosted by faith, not intelligence. So there's a lot of interesting things about this. Gwendolyn is described as Gwyn's last born, which would mean that Filianor, if she is truly Gwyn's daughter, would be older than him. And Filianor is described as Gwyn's last daughter. So he may potentially have 4 children, maybe more. Nonetheless, it shows that Yorshka cannot be biologically related to Gwyn and Gwendolyn. Well, she could be biologically related to Gwendolyn, but at the very least, Gwyn is not her father. And aside from that, with Gwendolyn being described as a moon sorcerer, I think that gives him a stronger connection to Seath, because not only is Seath associated with the moon, with the moonlight butterfly and all that stuff, he's also kind of the godfather of sorcery. And I think part of the reason why Gwendolyn is a sorcerer who uses faith instead of intelligence is just because that's kind of the remnant of his deific power. Since he is a god, he uses faith for his source of power instead of intelligence. So that's just kind of my rationale for why there's kind of the flip of using faith for sorcery instead of intelligence. He just takes Gwendolyn's souls, no question asked, yeah. Also, welcome back to the stream, Will Garland. Aldrich wields Nito sword as well? Maybe. I mean, I've heard that. I don't know if it's ever, like, truly explicit. And I need to double check that, but you're not the first person to mention that as well. Alex says, you're going to make your point clear here. Aldrich should not devour Nito. He can simply copy a lot of what he's seen in his dreams. So, Alex believes that Aldrich's power comes from his dreams, which would still beg the question of why he would dream specifically of Priscilla and the Life Hunt Scythe. But I guess that also still calls into question why he would have dreamt of Nito and that his sword as well. Katie says it's a miracle, not a weapon in DS3, and he dreamt it, so it's just recounting what he saw. There's probably also Nito's sword in DS3, but it was removed. Alright. So that's that for there. And the Manus Catalyst. A sorcery catalyst born from the soul of Manus, father of the Abyss. A rough, old wooden catalyst large enough to be used as a strike weapon. Similar to the tin crystallization catalyst, it boosts the strength of sorceries, but limits the number of castings. I should have that one, don't I? Yeah. So, catalyst imbued in terrifying crystal magic used by Logan after his fixation on Seath, makes all sorceries incredibly powerful, but demands extremely high intelligence from its wielder and halves sorcery usages. So I think the Crystal Sage Rapier in Dark Souls 3 does a little bit more to add to the lore of both the Crystallization Catalyst as well as the Manus Catalyst, because it says that the crystals absorb the will of the user to kind of strengthen their spells. So it seems like willpower is important not only in casting spells, but it's also important in the formation of life in these games to a certain degree. And so with crystals absorbing life, it makes me absorbing willpower / life. It makes me look back at the Manus Catalyst right here, and it makes me wonder if there's parallels between crystal magic and the dark, similar as to how it's described in the Homing Soul Mass. So it boosts the strength of sorceries, but limits the number of castings. Just this paragraph on its own doesn't really give us a glimpse as to how that could work, but I feel like when we look at the Crystallization Catalyst as well as the the Homing Soul Mass spell and the Crystal Sage Rapier of Dark Souls 3, it can give us a little bit more of a glimpse that it seems like darkness is kind of the opposite side of the coin as like the crystal magic to a certain degree, because they're kind of all rooted in life and the souls. And of course, I think crystal magic is just like a more pressurized version of soul magic, and that's where you get the crystals from. And so the same would probably go with humanity in darkness. So hopefully that makes sense. Who wouldn't dream of Nito? Brady says, is it known where the ghosts of the Silver Knights you see before the entering the kiln are heading? No. You wonder why they don't attempt to talk to you? It's one of your favorite places in Dark Souls. Emlyn says, the Aldrich-Nito connection becomes clear in the concept art, where it just looks like this plopped a Gwendolyn on top of him. On top of Nito. Aldrich is called the Devourer of Gods. So I think that was it. Oh, and we should... Oh, yeah, we spent Gwendolyn's soul, so we can't get the shield right now. I guess I should have used Gwendolyn's then. Or no, that's the butterfly with the shield. So I screwed up. No, we'll be fine. Okay. So that'll be it for now. Let's go ahead and load out. Alexander says it's because Aldrich wanted Gwendolyn due to moon powers, which would be handy in an Age of Deep, and also because he was on Gwendolyn's mind. Two outcasts, they might have formed FS. It was not just opportunity, it was also the best god as well. Okay. Dylan Brown's got to go teach. Have a great night, everyone. Thank you very much, Dylan, and have a good one. Praise its favorite place is Ash Lake. Alright, everybody. It's been about 3.5 hours, and the dog is trying to hug me, so we're going to go let her outside. And I'm going to get some water in the meantime. So sit back tight for a minute, and then we'll come back with more boss souls. We're back. The Tomb of the Giants is a pretty scary area, especially on a first playthrough. I'll just go ahead and say it so we get cursed. I do kind of remember the layout of the area, but a lot of the specifics are hard to remember. Byhander, and I think as we start to go down now we get shot at, if we're not being shot at right now. Okay. I thought there was a way to fall there. Shows how well I actually remember that layout. Actually, let's try to be smart for once. Wait, I don't think I have any of the prism stones. That's all of my stones are in Dark Souls 3. I think it's a little bit further to the left. Spamming the R2. We said we're gonna go about this normal style. It's actually going this way. And then we slide down here and make a right. Oh, it's this one, isn't it? That we just dropped down. Okay, so I was misremembering where. So now we should be like right by the bonfire. It's like down there, yeah. See, I do kind of remember where I'm going, I just don't remember the specifics. I almost stepped off the cliff right then. Okay.
If I do go hollow, then finish me off. I beg of you.
But at the very least, with Miyazaki's interviews, I mean, I guess it doesn't, like, dispute the idea that, dragons are abyssal. But, he says, like, where'd she go? She really just killed herself. Bruh. Alright, and we're back. Spectrum says, here's the view. The Black Knights are described as disembodied phantoms. The Black Knights we see before the kiln is their souls, and the Black Knights we see are the hollows or survivors. That's kind of how I feel. That, the ones that we fight are probably more like robots, essentially, and their true souls are kind of stuck in the abyss between the kiln of the First Flame and Lordran. Black Bloom says, how much is left? Really not too much. Because we're just going to check out the Lord Souls. I might finish the game and then go trigger that one cutscene with Patches in the catacombs real quick.
I am Dusk of Oolacile. It is an honor to see thee again. I shall follow thy wishes. For a very long time.
Alright, I don't care about that anymore, even though I spent all that time to line it up.
Thine sword,
Okay.
is there not?
Let's port out. Then we'll go kill Gwendolyn again, and then do the rest of the bosses. You started your very first playthrough of Dark Souls over again because you can find your way out of the catacombs. Yeah, it can be a pretty daunting place. Especially if you go there for like the first time, or like super early. Where am I going? Couldn't see it. And we'll ask, what's the significance of the tin catalyst? That's a good question, and I forgot to bring them up. So let me pull something up on my screen. Some of you might know what this is. I don't really know too much about them. So the term that they used for catalyst is essentially, I don't remember the exact Japanese for it, but it's more synonymous with a kind of specific Buddhist staff, kakata. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly as well. Let's try to pull this up. What's a good one to show? Okay, this might be a good photo. Yeah, this is a really good photo. Hopefully you guys can see that. You should be able to. So these staffs are kind of more Buddhist in origin. They're made out of copper or tin, something like that. And I don't really remember exactly what the resin or what's the word? The importance of these are. I think they are used to measure out the beaten times of chants while they read prayers. So they're pretty good for like timing in real life. I should have looked this up before coming to the stream. I just forgot about it. And there's a good Wikipedia page about them, which will probably do a better job explaining it than I will. So let me pull that up real quick. It's a staff topped with rings traditionally carried by Buddhist monks. Originally used as a noisemaker to announce a monk's presence and frighten away animals, it was adapted for use as a rhythmic instrument during chanting and sutra recitation, and for use as a weapon. It is also known as a tiger pewter staff. Okay, so pewter, that's what I was thinking of, due to its traditional use of driving away predatory animals. And pewter is related to tin. I don't really remember my metals and elements too well, so I think there is importance of pewter staffs even in the Catholic Church. It's meant to ward off animals, either for protection from dangerous predatory animals like tigers and lions, or for scaring off small creatures like spiders and snakes that might be trodden on by wandering monks. The ringing of the staff can also alert donors within earshot of the monk's presence, as monks traditionally remain silent while collecting alms. So it's kind of like the inverse of an ice cream truck. Where it's like, come give me money and get nothing in return. Just blessings, I guess. Which, can do in place of ice cream, I suppose, but at the very least, it just kind of shows that there's a kind of religious significance to the kind of catalysts that they use, even though these are like more sorceries in the game. That is just kind of trying to evoke those kind of ideas. I think they're just makeshift. Oh, Sunlight Maggot's the savior. Yeah, the ring staves. Yeah. That's too slow. So the second one's like really short for the teleportation, and the third one seems a lot further away. Was it like, what, one more hit to finish it off?
Oh, heretic.
Rip. Same got stuck because you tried the shortcut to Vamos and neglected to rotate the bridge so that you could leave. Oof. And you were getting the right... Oh, that was in New Game Plus and you're getting the Rite of Kindling? That's even worse. Magic and religion go hand in hand in fiction? Yeah. But at least with Dark Souls, like, with sorceries being more related to intelligence and logic, and faith-based miracles being kind of antithetical to that, it's kind of interesting that the catalysts don't work exactly that way, I guess. Who needs ice cream when you can have salvation? It's the other way around, man. Who needs salvation when you can have ice cream? They're weaker than their counterparts. You guess Souls especially has a lot of religion into its magic system, as they often relate to greater forces. Yeah. You just never understand why I don't just equip and two-hand your weapon when needed? I have been two-handing it, even when fighting Manus, I was switching between two-hand and one-hand. He shot me. Thank you for the GG. Bloodrun pretty much only has religious options for magic, as you have to channel the Eldritch Truth. Kind of. I don't really feel like it's religious as much as it is misunderstood pseudoscience.
What's that? Shiny pop.
Yeah. Oops.
You come, Kametsu. Shucky pipe.
Alright, so let's check out these ones again. We've already looked at that one. So this greatsword should be different because the last time we did the greatsword of Artorias, and that comes from the Soul of Sif. And there's also the shield, so I guess we'll need to reload it again, which is kind of annoying. But at least I won't have to fight Gwendolyn. Chaos Blade? Did I not read that one? I don't think I... Oh yeah, because it was the Quelaag sword. Not the horn. We've already checked that one out. Moonlight Butterfly Horn. Wait, didn't we? Oh yeah, because they just double up. Dark Moon Bow. Got the Catalyst before. Leave Manus one there. Crystal Ring Shield. So the next time we'll need to come in for the shield of Artorias. Is there anything else? Does Ornstein really only make the one weapon? That wouldn't surprise me. Let me double check. So Sif makes 3 things. Priscilla makes 1. Okay. And Ornstein only makes one. Okay, same with Smo. So we're missing Smo's hammer. I'm really not too worried about that one, though. And we'll leave Manus' Canalist. So this is a different great sword of Artorias. Let's go ahead and equip it. Even when we look at its icon, it's a lot darker. Sword born from the soul of the great Grey Wolf Sif, guardian of the grave of the Abyss Walker Knight Artorias. The sword can damage ghosts, as it was cursed when Artorias joined a covenant with the creatures of the Abyss. So we don't really know what creatures he came into a covenant with. Because it takes the Ring of Artorias to traverse the Abyss and reach Koth, it does make me believe that he might have had the covenant with Koth. As far as the Japanese goes, in this instance, they call the creatures Bakemono, which it just kind of means monsters. That's really not that big of a deal. And as far as Manus is concerned, he's called a Mamono. So they use different terminology. That doesn't mean they're mutually exclusive. But at the very least, he doesn't seem to have explicitly been in a covenant with Manus. And since he was hunting Dark Wraiths, and not all Dark Wraiths are described as, like, following the path of darkness based off the red sign soapstone, it makes me believe it is probably more likely that he had a covenant with Koth. But we can't say that for sure. And since this is a cursed weapon, it can damage ghosts, which is pretty cool. And when we examine it closely, we can see that it does have the same kind of visual design as the other swords, although it's darker. Let's go inside. I guess it's darker in here. I was trying to get away from all the hammering. I guess it's not much better. I could use cast light, I suppose, but... well... maybe it just goes to show how dark the blade is. Oh no, maybe it's because we killed Gwendolyn. No, because it's still light out there. Because we've already tested that out. It's only when you kill Guinevere that this place really becomes super dark. I guess that really didn't help too much, because it's behind us. Okay, well, whatever. There for now. Yeah, switching from one hand to two-handed weapon, that's your style and it works all the time. Part of it is just because of the HUD, and, I don't know. I think it's ironic that we find Rhea in the Tomb of the Giants, like even faith in Dark Souls is dying out compared to sorceries. When it comes to the Eldritch, mad science and religion are very alike. Faith in Dark Souls rely on the gods, which are now absent. I don't think so. It doesn't really rely on the gods, it just relies on belief. And that's something we've talked a bit about on the Discord, that even if the gods weren't there, it's really the belief which makes the miracles have power, since the miracles can be altered with the addition of the deep miracles or just people's beliefs in general. Though you guess you can have faith in yourself since the gods cast miracles, yeah. The gods' method to create spells are maybe not so far from sorcery, yeah. So I think one of the things that many people, at least in this community, believe is the gods might not have to cast miracles. They might just use something more akin to soul sorcery or like flame sorcery for like Izalith and whatnot. And Gwyn might just have like lightning sorcery because it's all based on their souls. But other people don't really know that, and so they just kind of have their beliefs, which kind of get manifested as miracles, I guess. rather than like sorceries. You've actually seen the giant blacksmith without the mask and you wish to unsee it? Alexander says, Smo's great hammer is a great hammer from the soul of the executioner Smo, who guards the cathedral of the forsaken city of Anor Londo. Smo loved his work and ground the bones of his victim into his own feed, ruining hopes of being ranked with the four knights. I think, was there something else I wanted to mention about that? No, okay, I think that's pretty good. Same with Smo. At the very least, it does show that with like grounding up his victims with their bones and stuff, that he's been ingesting kind of passive humanity, and that might attribute to his giant size. That's the entire description, and the hammer actually requires 0 dex, just strength. Black Bloom says, or maybe the gods aren't scientifically minded and just stumble onto working spells, because it's not explained. Gwendolyn uses spells through faith, though. Will Garland says, in Mandarin and Korean, a kakara is called a tin stick. Is it the same in Japanese? Probably. I would need to double check it. But I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Sometimes... Oh, wait, no, that's just a normal staff. I'm gonna look at it. Sometimes it's just called a sue, which is like just a stick, a walking stick. Or staff. So let me try to find Gwendolyn's one again. Or is it Logan's that was more specific? Okay, so yeah, the characters are literally like tin staff, tin walking stick, and so it's called a shakujo, and it's more commonly understood as a bishop staff or a kakara because it's made out of tin. Which might be more of a synonym for pewter. I don't really remember. What's next? Chaos Blade. A curved sword born from the soul of Quelaag, daughter of the Witch of Izalith, who was transformed into a chaos demon. This blade inherits only the chaotic nature of Quelaag and has a unique speckled design. Blade wielder erodes along with opponents. So I think this one induces bleed. I don't really remember how the Chaos Blade works. But at the very least, this one doesn't scale with humanity, so take that as you will. Maybe it shows that not all aspects of demons are related to humanity, which shouldn't be too surprising either. Dragonbone Fist. A weapon from the soul of the Iron Golem, guardian of Sen's fortress who repelled countless heroes who sought Anor Londo. The gods fused the power of the soul with the great bones of the dragons, forming an appropriate core for the giant golem. So despite the dragons being quote-unquote undead, infusing them with souls will allow a kind of life to exist, which might be worth considering, especially when we get into like Dark Souls 2 and we have Aldia's research into the dragons and him being able to create an artificial dragon through the use of a giant soul, probably as well as like other things. A Dark Moon Bow is a bow born from the soul of the Dark Sun Gwendolyn, Dark Moon deity who watches over the abandoned city of gods Anor Londo. This golden bow is imbued with powerful magic and is most impressive with moonlight arrows. So that one's pretty straightforward. Doesn't give us nearly as much information as the Catalyst. So I think next we just have the Moonlight Butterfly shield. And then we'll go get Pursuers. Crystal Ring Shield. Weapon born from the mystical creature of the Darkroot Garden, the Moonlight Butterfly. Imbued with a powerful crystal power like the butterfly created by Seath the Scaleless. Can emit crystal light rings. Kind of reminds me of Way of White Corona. Was there anything else? I don't think so. Check. Okay, that should be good. So let's reload it one more time. We're not going to worry about Gwendolyn. We're just going to transpose Sif's soul to the Great Shield. And then I guess I could have looked at the Pursuer's spell. It'll be alright. Take notice Mo's armor. The helmet is a pseudo-helmet made to look like handsome, but his real head and eyes are in the shoulders. Yeah. Smo's also buff. You just think that sorceries, miracles, and pyromancies are all the same. They just really rely on different means to achieve the same effects, and that's why they can be sometimes interchangeable. That's how I feel for the most part. I feel like of all of them, miracles are the most problematic, just because they can deny the nature of reality so clearly compared to the others. We're not worried about her. Yeah, let's just get a gesture. When we get to Dark Souls 2, you're talking as though you're going to play that one day? No.
I am dusk. If thou art...
These are items. You think it's all probably soul arts? The only thing that changes is what part of the mind is used to channel it? Maybe. The fact that a lot of magic types have strange overlapping exceptions would show that they're not distinct. I agree with that. Like how Gwendolyn can cast faith-based sorcery, or how Aldrich has dark miracles. Though it's not a plot point like in Demon Souls, so it's less certain. Spectrum says, what's your favorite weapon shield, everyone? In terms of design, not use? Mine's either Ornstein's Dragon Slayer Spear or the Great Sword of Artorias. I mean, it's pretty hard to compete with... Why did I warp here? It's a little hard to compete with the Moonlight Greatsword in terms of like design and lore, I think. But I guess that's kind of also related to the use? I don't know. It's so simple, but it's like perfect for what it is. I also do like the crow flippy weapon in Dark Souls 3. Or maybe I should just give it to my goat, the threaded cane. It's such a perfect like homage to Castlevania, essentially. But aside from that, I do think Ludwig's Holy Blade is really cool, just like thematically. Sticking a sword into another sword to make a bigger sword. In Demon Souls, they straight up have the Talisman of the Beast to show that sorcery and miracles are fundamentally the same. So that's kind of part of my rationale as to believing, similarly to you do, that the types of magic really aren't going to be that distinct from each other, or not meant to be that distinct from each other. Scary. Just because you do get that kind of symbolism already present in the other games. So we get the shield from Sith, and then we'll turn it in Pursuers, just snuggly. Or is there anything else? Right, no, I think that's it, other than Smo's weapon, which we can't get, and we've already read in the chat. Should probably like level up, but whatever. You love the Grant? Black Bloom checked the mechanics, and the Talisman of the Beast could be used as a talisman and a catalyst, so allowing you to use both magic types at once. It also showed that the magic of the clerics come from themselves and not the god, similarly to how the magic of the clerics and demon souls didn't come from the god, but the old one. Main difference is that the Dark Soul doesn't have the old one. Or Dark Souls, you mean? Okay. Let's warp to... what's it called? The Asylum? And maybe we can't warp there directly. Okay, so we'll go to Firelink Shrine. Domhnall isn't likely to have anything different. We're not going to talk to him. We're just going to go up to the Crow. Yeah. Find our little nest egg. With our shield on, we look like an egg. Let me try to look this up real quick. So there's the Old Witch's Ring, the Ring of Fog, the Demon's Great Hammer, the Ring of Favor and Protection, which are all kind of unique. So we're back to this place. Oh, So this crow's nest can be traded with. The real hint...
You, give me warm, give me soft.
Is them saying that. There's also a dev note if you use the cast Guidance Miracle, which will say like there's like a trader head or something like that. So one way to do that, and let's just test it out right here, is to give it like some of the mosses. I'll give it 2. Just to confirm or deny whether it can use, if it can give you multiple items at once. So we've dropped 2 items and it doesn't trade automatically. So we need to quit out and then reload, which is really counterintuitive. So they really streamlined it, at least by the time of Dark Souls 3. Will says, so is Manus and Logan's just walking stick or something in Japanese?
You, give
One
me
second.
warm, give me soft.
So we gave them those items and they gave us a Twinkling Titanite. So it looks like only one can be traded at a time, which is pretty much what I thought. So let's give them a sack. It's probably going to be at the bottom. Right out. And the next we'll drop the Soul of Manus, which is like one of the last things you would ever think to drop. Unless you were testing it and save scumming. Let me look up the Manus and Logan one. Yeah, so Logan's Catalyst is just like Logan's stick. Logan's staff. His cane. And Manus is like Manus's great staff, great cane. Demon's Great Hammer. And then next we'll drop Manus' Soul.
You, give me warm, give me soft.
I didn't mean to do that, but whatever, it looked kind of cool. Roll with it. So we picked up the hammer and Manus's catalyst, not catalyst, but pursuer's spell, which is pretty important in my opinion. Was there anything else I wanted to trade in? The skull lantern. Okay. How does that work? Is it going to be like a weapon? And the icons do change depending on what you drop. It's not super important though. I know some people will place like a lot of importance on what items you can give Snuggly for the trades, but I personally don't.
You, give me warm, give me soft.
So this time around, we can see that a ring has been left where we just dropped our equipment before. We pick up the Ring of Fog. So let's check out our new items, and I'll leave the Pursuer's spell for last. So the Demon's Great Hammer, we could have looted this from the very first boss in the game, but we didn't. Demon weapon built from the stone arc trees, used by lesser demons at North Undead Asylum. This hammer is imbued with no special power, but can merely beat foes to a pulp, providing you have the strength to wield it. It's pretty straightforward. We also picked up the ring. It looks like the Cat Covenant ring almost, but it's obviously a little bit different. Reduces presence to prevent discovery. Those who prevent Alvina are given this mysterious ring. It resembles a pearl with its robust, pure white fog. The ring camouflages its wearer's presence, helping to prevent detection. So this is probably what Alvina was wearing when we encountered her in the Chasm of the Abyss. Speaking of which, I should probably go down there just to get the extra footage. Without the cast light. Maybe it doesn't matter. Yeah, I'll do it anyway. Before, like, locking myself out of there. And so finally, let's check out our Pursuer's spell. Which I've only been hyping up this entire playthrough especially. Sorcery of Manus, Father of the Abyss. Grant a fleeting will to the dark of humanity and volley the result. The will feels envy, or perhaps love, and despite the inevitably trite and tragic ending, the will sees no alternative and is driven madly towards its target. So I know it kind of uses a little bit of flowery language. It's pretty much the same in Japanese in terms of like how incoherent it can seem at times, but there is a few differences worth pointing out as far as the language is concerned. When it talks about the will feels envy or perhaps love, it more specifically points out that the will feels envy or love towards man. So the pursuers will track down man specifically because they feel envy and love towards them, and my rationale for that, and we can even like compare it to the humanity sprites in the Chasm of the Abyss, is because the dark spirits are essentially dead and they want to live again. And so they're probably drawn to other beings with wills because within Crystal, or not Crystal Soul Mass, but within Homing Soul Mass, it points out that souls are the origin of life, and that's kind of why they're able to home in on each other. And that's kind of the same principle at the heart of the Pursuers and Affinity spells. So just show that off again real quick. Because the will is kind of at the root of life in these games. And so going back to the Homing Soul Mass. Life originates in the soul, no wonder the Soul Mass draws towards it. How rude. I guess you can go to the Chasm of the Abyss as well as the dungeon automatically? The staff is really just a walking stick with extra steps. Not sure how to interpret the random croaks. So this is just a pretty cool place to come to show off some of the spells. I don't know if I can equip it. Yeah, I don't have nearly enough intelligence for it. 32. It's quite a lot. It's a little bit unfortunate. All good though. Wish they would have added the Asylum main bonfire in the remaster once you come back. Yeah, I feel that. Please note when you reload, you will be standing slightly back from where you quit out, so don't stand to the back of the precipice of the ledge. Thank you. Totally didn't read that at all. Just get this cool footage. Alright, that's pretty much all I wanted. Just the text up here right there. I guess you can see them a lot brighter in the remaster. Because I remember they were kind of hard to make out in Prepare to Die edition. I could just be like mistaken, and it doesn't really matter. Alright, so that's pretty much that. I guess I could show off some more of the humanity stuff, but we've already shown that off. Hopefully you guys understand what's going on with that. It's already... Maybe we'll end up ending here and I'll just get the patches footage off stream. So we're running a little bit late. Snuggly is talking hard for you? Well, it is a crow. Could just be the trope where the sentient animals randomly do their animal noise in the middle of talking. You just wonder if it makes sense. It's not like crows have an innate compulsion to croak. Well, they don't really have tongues or teeth the way that we do to make the proper sound, so we also don't even really see Snuggly. It could just be a person pretending to be a crow. That's kind of more of a joke than a serious reply, though. It almost sounds like Ludwig when he's struggling to keep his sanity as he tries to talk to you. Effervescent has to check out now. Sorry you couldn't help more with the Japanese stuff. You've been busy with the past couple weeks. Take care and hope you do a painful but funny DS2 lore through later. Well, thank you very much, Effervescent. This will probably be the last stream that I do for a while. I don't really intend to play Dark Souls 2 just because I don't really enjoy it, to be honest. But I appreciate the support nonetheless, and thank you. And with that being said, yeah, I think I probably will end the stream here for now. I don't think there's really much of a need to stream this too much more. So this will probably be the conclusion for the Prepare to Lore playthrough. And for all of your guys' comments and lurks throughout this process, I've enjoyed it. It's helped me break up some of the tedium of just going through and collecting the footage on my own. I've definitely enjoyed this process. So I hope you guys have enjoyed it as well. So I'm not sure if or when I'll stream again, but I will kind of make that announcement more prematurely in the Discord, and I'll also try to remember to make announcements on YouTube as well. So if you guys are interested in keeping up with the community, as well as some of my thoughts about the lore, I do highly recommend joining the Discord. It'll also be the place when I announce if I'm going to go live, even if those are just kind of unscheduled streams that I'll keep private as well. So once again, everybody, thank you all for all the support. Wabbit, thank you. You've just been lurking, but you enjoyed them. Thank you very much. And Saturn, thank you again for plugging it in the Discord there. I do recommend you all join it, and once again, thank you for this company on this lore through of Dark Souls Remastered. Take care. See you next time.